or the opposite of legislative time. So welcome to this morning's session on the Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. We'll be hearing two bills this morning and 4, 5, 6, 7 this afternoon in public hearing. That's our opportunity to hear from you all about how you feel about these bills. And we'll just take them in order this morning as 1301 and 1437 in that order. And then we can talk about this afternoon's order later on. We're going to try something different today for the afternoon. We're going to group a number of bills together and allow folks who are providing testimony in support or against, or neither for nor against, to have 4 minutes to address any or all of the bills. We figure that that will avoid some of the repetition for us and allow things to move along at a good clip. So we'll go over that again before we start the afternoon session, but for now we'll be going first to 1301. Why don't we introduce ourselves around the virtual horseshoe? And let's see, let's start with Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sam Zager, honored to represent District 41 in Portland.
Good morning. And Representative Lemelin.
Morning, everyone. I'm Michael Lemlin. I represent District 88, Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Noblesboro.
Representative Stover.
Good morning. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, Westport Island, and part of South Bristol. Thank you.
Representative Perry.
Oh, good morning. I'm Representative Ann Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes the communities of Indian Township, Baileyville, Barron, Calais, Charlotte, Robinson, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant Point.
Representative Griffin.
Good morning. My name is Abigail Griffin. I represent House District 102, which is Glenburn, Levant, and Cadescag.
Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Madigan.
Good morning. I'm Colleen Madigan, and I represent House District 110, which is part of Waterville and part of Oakland.
Senator Moore.
Good morning. I'm Marianne Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well.
Representative Meyer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all those who are joining us here today. I am Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is all of Elliott and parts of Kittery and South Berwick.
And I'm Ned Claxton, and I'm honored to represent the folks in Senate District 20, which includes Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, New Gloucester, and the other thing, oh yes, our staff today, welcome, is Ms. Dooling.
Good morning. My name is Erin Dooling. I'm one of the legislative analysts with the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
And our able clerk is Ms. Withy.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Withy. I'm the clerk for the Health and Human Services Committee. If you need any assistance during the hearings today, you can email me at hhs@legislature.maine.gov.
So in typical legislative fashion, we've had a request to change the order of this morning's hearings with the request to start with 1437 and then go to 1301. And being the ultimate flexible team that we are, we'll start that way and begin with hearing from 1437 first. Before we do that, I would like to remind folks that we will have technical issues today. The question is how many? And so bear with us as we go through that process and deal with it, but we'll get her done. And make sure that some of you are more soft-spoken than others. So speak up when you're speaking, and I appreciate everybody updating their names underneath the window. So we'll start by welcoming Representative Kessler.
Good morning, everybody, and luckily I am ready to go. So,
Thank you.
okay. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm Chris Kessler, and I represent House District 32, which is part of South Portland and part of Cape Elizabeth. And this is my first time being before your committee, so I'm honored to be here. I'm here to introduce LD 1437, an act to reduce poisoning from radon, arsenic, and other air and water pollutants by expanding education, testing, and mitigation regarding those pollutants. I had originally titled the bill an act to reduce the poisoning of Maine people because it was shorter and had a bit of a better ring to it. But that's what came out of the revisor's office. This bill was crafted because of my combination of experience working as an energy auditor and a home inspector, as well as my legislative experience, which has given me a better understanding of the various chapters of Maine law that this bill touches, which is a few. I believe that this bill will save lives and bring a greater awareness to these poisons that have harmed so many in the state of Maine. The first part of the bill was crafted upon the suggestion of John Dyer, Maine's radon coordinator, that state employees take a half-hour course annually concerning radon, and especially for DHHS employees. Radon is the most exposure to radiation that anyone will have in their lifetime, and that our healthcare workers in direct contact with clients could benefit from more radon education. In the interest of keeping things simple and to not have a fiscal note, I thought it would be very easy to provide all state employees with this information via email, much like other topics that are emailed from time to time from the Office of Employee Health and Wellness. If the knowledge has the potential to impact one employee and prevent the poisoning of one person, it's well worth it. The second part of this bill touches Maine housing and the work that they do with low-income renters and homeowners. These programs touch the homes of Maine people who have trouble affording home improvements that ultimately preserve their health. Many of these places are in rural Maine, where tens of thousands of households are exposed to unhealthy levels of arsenic in their drinking water and high levels of radon in the air. And this is most prevalent in Gorham, Standish, the Lakes region of Western Maine, and the Blue Hill region. And I provided a hyperlink in my testimony to the data from the Maine CDC. It's very fascinating, very informative, and I encourage you all to check it out. While Maine housing is at these homes addressing other issues like home repair or weatherization, this is the most opportune time to address these issues. Broadening the use of these funds will prolong the lives of many people in rural Maine who are accessing these programs. This ties into the third aspect of this bill, which touches Efficiency Maine and the weatherization work done across the state. For example, weatherization work gets completed that significantly tightens up the house. Inadvertently, where there was not a radon problem before due to a leaky house, now exists an elevated risk of radon exposure that the homeowner does not even realize. As a weatherization contractor, I can attest that this particular problem was never on my radar until I became a home inspector and needed to take a training in radon testing. This bill would ensure that people weatherizing their homes are educated about the risks of radon exposure after weatherization and provide financial assistance for mitigation if elevated levels are present. Of course, cost effectiveness is the key component in determining Efficiency Maine's programs. When the average cost of radon mitigation is usually around $1,500, and the cost of treating lung cancer can be as high as $8,287 per month, I believe early intervention is more cost effective. The key is recognizing these non-energy benefits to our state. The final aspect of this bill deals with real estate transactions. One part deals with training for real estate agents. Thorough knowledge about these pollutants should be a prerequisite for any real estate agent to practice in Maine. I included this section after hearing firsthand accounts from educators about their experience with real estate agents and their level of knowledge about radon. I further learned in my discussions with John Dyer at the Maine Radon program that he offers a free 3-credit course approved by the licensing board for real estate agents, but none have taken it to date. The Department of Professional and Financial Regulation and the Maine CDC will testify today that these trainings already exist, but the lack of uptake for this training is overly concerning, especially when it's free to take and comes from the experts. We need to understand the reasons for this and how well educated Maine's real estate agents really are about these pollutants. I believe that the burden of proof lies with realtors and the department to show that what exists for training is adequate. The other aspect regarding real estate deals with testing for radon, arsenic, and uranium upon the sale of a property. It does not require mitigation. Buyers should be made aware of the health hazards present in a home before they buy it, especially in a real estate market where demand is so high that people are more regularly purchasing homes sight unseen with no home inspection. The Maine Association of Realtors speak of how much they encourage testing and mitigation during a transaction. However, there's no data as to how many real estate transactions result in testing or mitigation. So we need to understand if this honor system is working to prevent harm from radon and arsenic poisoning through data collection, and that would be helpful. I have to note that they recently sent a mass email to legislators encouraging a no vote on this bill because, quote, a deluge of demand threatens to overrun and undermine limited testing and mitigation infrastructure. Wouldn't one want to look at improving our testing and mitigation infrastructure instead of just shooting this aspect of the bill down? What is really being undermined by knowing if there are unhealthy levels of radon or arsenic at a property during a real estate transaction? I believe that this bill takes small, reasonable steps that could prevent more lives from being poisoned by these pollutants. I urge this committee to keep this bill strong, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Representative Kessler about this bill? Yes, Representative Lemlin.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Kessler, I've talked to John Dyer at length about this subject because I recently had an issue with an association. But my question to you is your bill more towards the education of these people or towards setting a definitive regulation?
Thank you for the question, Representative. It's a combination of both. It's quite heavy on the education piece, which I think is the most feasible goal to accomplish. Like it would have the least resistance. Really, the most controversial regulatory aspect of this is the real estate transaction piece and requiring test in that transaction. So if that answers your question.
Yeah, it sort of does. My concern, I guess, is that when I talked to John, there's quite a variance, and this is my only concern. There's quite a variance in what is a safe level and is not a safe level. And it varies depending upon what type of, it's like if you have an apartment building, et cetera. And are you talking about in your bill, all real estate transactions, in other words, multi-unit places and homes? and businesses, or what is it limited to?
Thank you for the question. I am most concerned about residential property. If there had to be a line drawn, that would certainly be where I would draw it. But we also have radon issues in all buildings, regardless of what their use is. But of course, there are varying risks depending on the type of building too. So, but where that greatest risk is in homes where people spend most of their time and is usually a more closed up type of environment. So.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I agree with you. I have a radon reduction unit in my home.
Are there any other questions for Representative Kessler? Not seeing any. Thank you for being here.
Good to see you all.
We will proceed to those here to testify in support, beginning with Christy Crocker. If you would unmute yourself and join us, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Christy Crocker. I'm the Executive Director for the Maine Indoor Air Quality Council. The council itself is a small nonprofit organization. We've been active here in Maine since 1999, and we do education, communications, and advocacy for safe and healthy and environmentally sustainable indoor environments here in the state. Because radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer in non-smokers and the #2 cause of lung cancer nationwide, we support this bill. The Maine Indoor Air Quality Council already recommends that all buildings in Maine be both tested for radon and subsequently fixed if the test results show that the radon levels exceed minimum action levels as set by federal and state public health entities. Maine, in fact, is at particular risk of buildings with radon problems. It's estimated that 1 in 3 Maine buildings is likely to have a radon problem either in the air or the water or both. And that can rise to 1 in 2 buildings in the state down in certain areas of Cumberland County, particularly the whole Western Lakes region. I've attached for your information a copy of our radon policy statement at the end of my testimony. I did have some comments about the bill specifically. First, we absolutely love the concept of educating state employees and real estate professionals on radon, arsenic, and uranium and other contaminants that can impact people's health and safety. We support all these efforts to increase awareness of the risk factors and the strategies to reduce these contaminants out of indoor spaces. Specific to the real estate components of the bill, we would recommend that perhaps you consider clarifying that the testing of water for radon, arsenic, and uranium really needs only be done in private well water systems. And that's because testing and mitigation of public water systems already falls under the purview of the Maine Drinking Water Program, and it's done in accordance with federal guidelines and standards. So that would be some minor clarifying language that I think you could add that would make it more clear that we're not talking about testing all water, just those properties that have private well water systems, not on public water systems. Because radon's a little more specific, you can't just test for, you need to test radon in both air and water. And so we would recommend that you make sure that you make that small change in the language to make sure it's clear that when you're testing at the point of real estate sale, that you're talking about testing in both the air and the water. And then, okay.
30 seconds.
Yep. And then we would recommend adding a provision in the bill that requires that the results of the test actually be disclosed to potential buyers. Seems like the intention of the bill is to give this information to homeowners, but the bill doesn't actually specify that those test results get disclosed to the home buyers. And I would 100% also concur with Representative Kessler's comment that we really need data. I don't think we have an understanding of what types of testing issues are occurring currently at the point of real estate property transfers. So finding a strategy to make that happen and get that data reported to the state CDC so that they can analyze the data would be a really useful endeavor. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them now. I'm happy to make people available at the work session for your edification on any particular issues. And if anybody would like to test their own homes for radon in air and water, I have some of the free made available through Northeast Laboratory Services test kits that I can drop off at your committee hearing room if that would be of interest. And you can just raise your hands or just let me know and I'll drop off a supply of those for your use.
Are there any questions for this witness? I don't see any. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Thank you for joining us. Also here to testify in support of the bill is Sarah Woodbury. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Sarah Woodbury. I am the Director of Advocacy for Defend Our Health, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 1437. Making sure that all Mainers have access to safe drinking water and healthy homes are core missions of Defend Our Health. Exposure to arsenic is still a serious issue here in Maine. Arsenic causes a whole host of health issues, including bladder, skin, and lung cancer. Maine's bladder cancer rate is 20% higher than the rest of the nation. Like its cousin lead, arsenic also harms children's brains. A 2014 study in Maine showed that children with even moderate levels of arsenic, those lower than the current standard, had a decline of average IQ points 5 to 6 points lower than their peers drinking clean water. Over 50% of Mainers get their drinking water from residential wells. A higher portion of Mainers get their water from wells than any other state in the nation. Due to Maine's unique geology, there are areas of high levels of naturally occurring arsenic in the bedrock. Considering the health impacts of arsenic and other toxic contaminants such as radon, it is important that folks get their drinking water from residential wells, know what is in their drinking water. This legislation would help provide educational materials to individuals who get their drinking water from wells. Additionally, it would allow funding from the Maine Energy Housing and Economic Recovery Program and from the Housing Opportunities of Maine program to be used to help pay for the cost of any treatment or remediation. The cost of remediation can run upwards of $3,000 to $5,000, sometimes more. Many families cannot afford this. Allowing access to funds from the two programs mentioned could help Maine families access safe drinking water. The legislation would also require that residential properties be tested for arsenic, radon, and uranium before sale. Individuals buying homes have the right to know if the home they are buying has these dangerous contaminants. Requiring this information will help home buyers make informed decisions about the properties they are looking to buy. On a personal note, I am in the process of trying to buy a home in this rather difficult market. And I know to answer those questions, but I'll ask those questions about the testing, but only because of my job. Many people don't think about it. So I think it's important that they're given that information. And while we are in support of this legislation, much as Christy mentioned, we would also suggest amending the requirements for testing of water at time of sale so that the requirements only apply to homes with private wells. Public water supplies are already tested for these contaminants. However, we do encourage maintaining a requirement for radon and air be tested in all properties. Additionally, we believe that the bill should be amended to expand the requirement for well water testing to be everything recommended by the department in accordance with 22 MRS 2660T, goodness, sorry, not just radon, arsenic, and uranium. This
30 seconds, Sarah.
Almost done. This would include not only the specific substances referenced in the bill, but also a number of other analytes that the Maine CDC recommends all wells be tested for on a regular basis. The cost differential is minimal, and it is best practice for tests to be the recommended suite of contaminants when testing for drinking water. So we urge the committee to vote to pass this bill with the minor amendments that I suggested.
Thank you for that testimony. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thank you for being here. We'll be hearing from several people who are opposed to this legislation. Let's start with Karen Bivens. Welcome. Would you like to unmute yourself and join us?
Yes, thank you. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee, my name is Karen Bivens, and I'm the director of the Maine Real Estate Commission, which is a licensing board at the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation. I'm here today to speak in opposition to just Section 8 of LD 1437. Currently, the Commission's enabling statute is found in Title 32, allows the Commission to adopt a core educational requirement to be completed by all renewing licensees. Section 8 of LD 1437 modifies the current statute to require that the commission, quote, shall include in the core educational requirement a program or course approved by the commission related to radon, arsenic, uranium, and other air and water pollutants, end quote. The commission requires qualifying education at each level of licensure, the sales agent level, associate broker, and the broker designated broker level. That includes instruction on radon, underground storage tanks, arsenic, and other hazardous materials. The education includes information about various hazardous materials, how testing is performed, how the information is to be conveyed in writing to potential buyers, as well as a discussion of mitigation methods. After individuals obtain a license, there continue to be numerous continuing education courses available to them that cover the risks of hazardous materials and mitigation methods employed to rectify such hazards. In the past 4 years, there have been at least 25 separately approved continuing education courses specifically addressing hazardous materials, including radon, arsenic, uranium, mold, lead paint, asbestos, and other hazardous materials. Renewal of a real estate license requires 21 hours of continuing education. The commission mandates that 3 of those hours be a required core course that must be completed by all licensees. The topic of the course changes approximately every 2 years and is based on recurring issues found in complaint investigations and trends in the profession. The course is developed by commission members, staff, and instructors on a voluntary basis. Hazardous materials are rarely the subject of complaints received. In the past 5 years, there has been only 1 complaint that was filed with the commission concerning hazardous materials. Restricting the core course by requiring a particular topic does not advance the purpose of the core course. In light of the fact that licensees are already provided materials on these issues during their licensing career, it is redundant to add this requirement in the core course. The commission is not, yeah, I'm almost done, thank you. The commission is not opposed to education about these serious issues, but views the current pre and post licensing educational requirements already in place as adequately addressing these issues and concerns. So we would ask that Section 8 be removed from the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions now or at the work session.
I don't see any questions from others in the committee. I had, Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bivens, thank you very much for bringing in that testimony and appreciate the work that you do in the Real Estate Commission. Do I understand that your only opposition is the Section 8?
Correct.
So if that were not there, then what would you have a position on the bill?
We would not be taking a position, would be neither for nor against, but certainly that section is of concern to the commission.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Can you, do you have data on the number of home sales, residential home sales in which testing was done?
The commission does not keep track of the number of transactions nor the terms of a contract. That would be part of the contract that is private between the parties, which we don't collect. I'm not sure if anybody else does that.
Okay. And what will be the consequences for a realtor selling a home with a known elevated level of any of these pollutants?
If there's a licensee involved, there are requirements to disclose information about previously existing or currently existing radon on the property. It's a written disclosure that's provided to any potential buyer. So the information would be provided. If it was not provided, that would be a violation of the licensing law and commission rules.
Okay. And do you have a number or an indication how often that's been happening? That there you referenced 1 complaint. Is that it?
No, actually, since we've tracked this type of information, we've only had 15 complaints ever that had to do with hazardous materials. That's a broad category, but it encompasses all of the various materials that need to be disclosed. We've only had 1 violation that resulted in a consent agreement and one that was in a hearing. The rest of them were all dismissed, which means we did not find that there was any violation of the requirements. The two that did result in discipline had to do with how the information was disclosed, not that they didn't have the information or request it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I don't see any other questions. So next we'll go to Michael Stoddard. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman Claxton, Chairman Meyer, members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Michael Stoddard, and I do appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. The Efficiency Maine Trust, of which I am the Executive Director, is testifying in opposition to the bill this morning, and it's not at all because of any disagreements with the importance of the issue and the seriousness of it by any means. It's simply a matter of trying to limit the scope of the work that Efficiency Maine does and focus, as we have been statutorily directed to do, on the energy implications of our consumption of energy in homes and businesses in the state. And this appears to be outside of that scope. And there are a few complications that result from that, which I will touch on briefly. I do want people to know that we already have several requirements in place for the technicians who participate in our programs providing weatherization to Maine homeowners. They must be BPI certified, which is the Building Performance Institute certified. They are trained to identify and help address indoor air quality concerns. We require that these technicians perform all the work in accordance with all applicable codes and installation standards, and that they comply with all applicable health and safety requirements, including but not limited to OSHA construction industry safety health standards, achieving proper indoor air quality standards per ASHRAE standards 62.2, and compliance with various EPA rules regarding lead-based paint, and so forth. And in any case where health and safety concerns are identified, installation work is to cease and not be scheduled until and unless the customer is notified and a remediation plan is employed. Having said all of that, I want to be clear. These contractors do not work for Efficiency Maine. These are arrangements that are made in the private market between the consumer and the contractors, and we think it is much better for that to remain the standard approach. We are on the sidelines providing information and financial incentives, but we are not a party to the arrangements, and I think it could start to get problematic if we were to become so. I also want to mention that we have not experienced any significant issues around air quality problems with the mold and the radon that were referenced in the 10 years of our offering these programs. It's not to say that it doesn't occur, but if there were a trend or a significant problem resulting from the projects that we were helping to incentivize, requirement, not because they're not valuable, not because they're not important, but because it is outside the scope of what we do. Statutorily, everything we do is required to be cost effective, as Representative Kessler mentioned, but that cost effectiveness is determined based on avoided energy costs.
30 seconds, Michael.
Thank you. And this would take the weatherization measures that we now offer, and if you added the burden of these costs to that equation, I'm quite confident that they would no longer be cost effective. And so I think this could lead to us discontinuing offering weatherization measures. And finally, I'm just not sure why I think it would be a good policy to take money from some energy consumers and give them to a private home where there was a particular mitigation problem that needed to be addressed. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and I just want to relay that this would be very challenging for us to administer.
Thank you, Mr. Stoddard. Will you be submitting your written testimony?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Now we'll go to Andrew Cashman. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Andy Cashman, partner at Freddie Flaherty. I'm here today on behalf of my client, the Maine Association of Realtors, in opposition to LD 1437. And Maine Association of Realtors represents over 5,600 members engaged in residential and commercial real estate transactions throughout the state. We're opposed to this bill for another reasons that you've already heard. We appreciate Representative Kessler's concerns about these issues. There's certainly safety issues that we're very much concerned about, and make sure that people that are purchasing homes know about these issues and are well informed. Unfortunately, I think this bill is just misplaced for the reasons that you've already heard. The first is that our primary concern, we defer to the commission in terms of training standards for our members. Our primary concern is around, and you've already heard that there's more than adequate education, and there's only been one issue around this that's ever been reported to the commission. Our primary opposition here is on the mandatory testing. We believe that consumer education and voluntary testing based on informed decisions are critical. And if you are going to change the policy of the state, that there should be adequate funding provided for that to support equal access for consumer education, testing, and mitigation. This bill does not provide that funding. This bill provides one-time funding that would eventually run out, but the mandate would persist. So our fundamental opposition to this is in 4 different areas. We think that buyers should decide. They should be well educated. State law already requires that a seller has to provide the buyer information developed by DHHS around arsenic and water supplies and treated wood. We work hard to make sure that every buyer is well educated. They get a pamphlet from us describing all the different issues that can arise with a home. And the seller disclosure form is carefully filled out between the seller and the realtor that's working with that seller. And there is a mandate, as you heard, that they have to disclose anything that's already known. There's also would test the capacity of the radon and arsenic and uranium infrastructure. Testing laboratories would be overwhelmed. You're talking about 20,000 residential real estate transactions that are here that would now therefore be in the system and could potentially create lower quality testing and would potentially delay real estate transactions as well. The testing requirement is also ambiguous. It doesn't specify guidelines or timeframes for testing. It doesn't specify which party is required for that, whether it has to be tested before every conveyance or whether a specific test is okay for a certain period of time. We believe that this bill simply, that more time would be necessary to build out our testing infrastructure before we allow, require a mandate. It's just, thank you very much. So ultimately, we think that the bill is fundamentally flawed because it's making an assumption that you've heard that's erroneous, which is that there's not enough education. Well, you've heard from the commission that there's plenty of education of our members. You've heard from us that we have education in our materials. It's discussed with buyers. You've also heard that, and in the seller disclosure. And you've also heard from the commission that there has only been one complaint around this issue. You've also heard from Efficiency Maine that they haven't had concerns around mold and that sort of thing. So we believe that it's fundamentally flawed and that there is not, in fact, a problem with this. Buyers are well educated and they can make the decisions for themselves as to what testing they're going to have. And so with that, I'd like to thank all of you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. But again, we strongly and respectfully urge the commission or the committee rather to vote ought not to pass on LD 1437.
Looks like there's a question from Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Cashman, thank you so much for coming today, helping us understand it. Although I'm the son of a realtor, I don't understand all the ins and outs. So I guess my question is sort of a philosophical one related to this. To what extent do you think a seller of something, whether it be Boeing 737 MAX jets or children's toys or real property, has a responsibility to ensure that the thing that they're selling is safe, as opposed to the person who's buying it having responsibility to ensure that it's safe?
No, that's a good question, Representative. I appreciate it. They absolutely have a responsibility. So if they know that something is not safe, they are required under the law to disclose that. The realtor is also required under the law, if they know of that, to make sure that that is disclosed promptly to the buyer as well. The issue here is that with real estate, there's a lot of things that can go wrong. And so if you isolate a certain particular things, you start highlighting those things over other issues. At the end of the day, this is the most expensive transaction that most people will ever make. And so for that reason, it's up to them to decide any litany of things that are of concern to them when they're engaging in that transaction. It may be a financial concern in terms of how they're purchasing the property. They may have other safety concerns about the property that have nothing to do with these three things, that have to do with other issues, and they may want to put their attention on those, and they may be less concerned about radon, for instance, just to take an example, and want to tackle that issue later. The important thing is that you can't put the onus on a buyer to make those decisions if they're not well informed. And that's why there is the training for our members to make sure that they're conveying that information to to consumers in real estate, to buyers, and to the sellers, to make sure that anything that they know about is disclosed. So we provide materials about that. As I said, there's DHHS has materials that talk about the educational materials that have to be provided to buyers around arsenic and water and treated wood. So I haven't heard, I mean, you're hearing from our group that we provide that level of education. You've heard from the commission that there's ample education and no complaints. And that's where you would see that. That's where that data is. And you've also heard from Efficiency Maine that they haven't had issues with this. I think that the burden is really on showing that there is in fact an issue here. And as long as you do that education, then people are going to make an informed decision for themselves. And that's their responsibility and their prerogative to be able to prioritize what they're concerned about in the transaction. I mean, you're going to make, just as a Boeing 737, you're going to make your own decisions on whether or not, you're already more informed than you might be on a particular model. And you want to make a decision on whether or not you're going to fly on that plane, regardless of whether or not the government says that it's okay to do that, right? We're making our own decisions all the time.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Follow up, please.
Well, I guess the difference that I'm hearing you say is that whereas Boeing has a responsibility to test and ensure the safety of the things that it's selling to the airlines, the jets that it's selling to the airlines, you're saying that that property owners do not have the same responsibility to test and ensure that what they're selling is safe.
The philosophical difference between the two examples, Representative, is that you have the buyer is wholly responsible for your property, right? Your home is your castle. Once it's yours, and you're responsible for maintaining it, how you live in that within the law, and so on and so forth. With an aircraft, there's a wide array of regulations because you are not responsible for that plane, when you're riding in it. You're just a passenger. You have no responsibility, no awareness of, what you're walking into. I think that there's a number of differences between an aircraft in which other people are responsible for ensuring your safety, from the maintenance people that work on the aircraft, to the people that manufacture the aircraft, to the pilot that's flying the plane, to the person that's in the traffic control tower. There's numerous reasons why an aircraft is different from a home from a regulatory standpoint. Because you don't exercise the same amount of control, you can't be expected to have the same amount of control that you have over your own home and how you choose to purchase that home.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your clarification.
Thank you, Representative, for the question.
Is it reasonable to ask that or to point out that the exposure flying a 737 is between 1 and 5 hours, and the exposure from owning a house that's been not tested is potentially a lifetime? Is that a fair question?
I think that they are separate issues, Senator.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what about the idea of standardized testing on real estate phased in over X number of years, so that when a home buyer acquiring property in Maine would know that certain things had been tested for. If you're from some part of the country that doesn't know about radon, then you wouldn't think to ask about it. That one's a pretty easy one to mitigate. But if your well system needs to be cleaned of arsenic or uranium, that's a more complicated one. Is there a case to be made for standardizing what is presented to the buyer so they know what they're getting into?
You know, there's currently some of these products or some of these materials like arsenic, as I said, is developed through education from DHHS. So there is some standardizing there. I think my just the sort of fundamental thing that you're saying is, as I'm understanding it, Senator, is that, you know, if somebody from out of state is not aware of these issues, then they may not be able to make a decision. And I would push back on that in the sense that, well, whether a buyer is from out of state or from in-state, they're still receiving the same education materials that we provide them. They're still having those same conversations. So I think that all buyers are being treated equally in terms of the level of education they're being provided on these issues. And then they're making an informed decision from there.
Fair enough. Are there any other questions for Andy Cashman? No, thank you for being here and answering those couple of questions.
Thank you for your time.
I don't see anybody else here who to testify in opposition. And I also don't see anybody who's here to testify neither for nor against. So that'll conclude the public hearing portion of our consideration of LD 1437. We'll have a work session down the road. Are there any questions of Ms. Erin Dooling about information you'd like to have available for the work session? I don't see any, so I think we're all set then with consideration of LD 1437 this morning. I see that Representative Collins has joined us, and we'll hear about LD 1301 this morning. Next. Welcome. Now we can see you. Now we can hear you.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, distinguished members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm Representative Benjamin Collings. I represent House District 42, which is part of the city of Portland. I will try to succinctly present LD 1301. I'm sort of following three different bills in my committee at once, so I'll do my best. As you probably are more aware of than I am about different models to deal with chronic homelessness and other housing issues, I submitted this bill to look at basically being in Portland, not just, I mean, the whole state of Maine, but specifically being in Portland. You know, there's definitely a crisis with housing and several factors. And again, you're all on this committee much more, you're foremost experts on that. So I won't go too much into that, but it is greatly concerning. And if you live in Portland, you can see it every day, the impact. And I remember years ago discussing this, my first session in the 128th legislature. And I had this discussion and, you know, it's only gotten worse, but I like the model. I lived in Salt Lake City, Utah for a couple of years. And then after I was teaching out there, I moved back to Maine. And but after I moved back, I was following some of the political landscape there, and I was really impressed with what they did with chronic homelessness. And they found a way, which you're well aware of, and now we've implemented certain policies like this in Portland and other parts of the state. But what they did in Salt Lake City, and which ended up leading to, I believe they reduced homelessness by about 90%, is they realized, just as you look at all the factors here in Maine, they realized that when you give some people that are chronically homeless, when you give them housing And not only do you give them housing, but you address the issues that cause them to be homeless, and you provide them health care and counseling and job placement and so on. And you actually get to the root of the problems. Then you're giving people stability and the ability to transition. And not only does homelessness decrease, but the cost of dealing with homelessness decreases, and you're not paying the high cost of reacting in an emergency crisis like environment. So I always like that model. I know we did it in Portland on Outer Forest Avenue. They had a kind of housing first model where they did this. So I always thought it was something here in Maine we should focus on more, and we should have a statewide plan for it. And that was kind of the impetus behind me submitting this bill. Now, I know in Portland, we definitely are at a housing crisis at many levels, and it just continues to grow. It's not only do we have a high number of homeless people and a high percent of homeless people that have recently died, unfortunately, but based on a lot of people moving into Portland and the price of real estate, both to buy a home and to rent a home, it's just crazy. You're getting to the point where, maybe a 3-bedroom home for a family could be about $3,000 a month to rent. And you're almost like in just as when you buy a house, often the selling price is about $100,000 more than what they put out on the market. When you go to rent, sometimes you get like into a bidding war to rent a place. And often, people out of state come with lots of money, or people that have more disposable income can come with lots of cash. They can kind of really be at an advantage. And so from all levels of buying and renting, and that being affordable to a large number of homeless people in Portland, it is a great concern. And it's not just in Portland. So I believe all over the state, this is a growing crisis. It's in Bangor, it's in other communities, it's in communities where all of you on this committee live to some extent. So what I like to see is the state focus more. I know the state and the Department of Human Services, and I know many nonprofit and other organizations have done phenomenal work to address housing issues, but I think that we should have a statewide plan. We should focus on this a little bit more, and we should look at all the factors. So this bill would ask the department to facilitate, and by every region of the state, or broken up by county. It's how we often organize throughout the state often. So whether it's by a region or by a county, this bill would ask the state through the Department of Human Services to facilitate a plan that, whether it's, I originally put in this bill just to deal with the growing crisis with people that are addicted, people with mental health issues, and how that impacts housing and people being out on the street. But after speaking to advocates, they brought up many other issues. So that's why I added all of the major reasons why someone might be homeless or have trouble with housing. I included that. I asked the department to have a comprehensive plan statewide. Again, reiterate what I said before, county by county or by a regional basis, short-term, long-term, to facilitate that anyone that's facing chronic homelessness, that there's a plan that they get housing, that they get the services, that they get the health care, that they get the counseling, that they get the job placement, the job counseling. And so not only are you getting someone off the street or ensuring someone doesn't lose the ability to have a house, you're also giving them the tools to move forward. I know many advocates that are supportive of this concept are talking less so now these days about transitional housing and more permanent housing, which I obviously support that goal as well. The only issue, as I see it, is that there's a crisis of people still being out on the street that we haven't fully addressed. There are lots of people that before they can be in permanent housing have many issues, many hurdles they have to get over. So they need help to get to that ability to have permanent housing. So for those reasons, I'm asking this committee to look at this plan. The monetary amount, I believe, is 8 million. That was just sort of a first go at it. That would assume that you might need about $500,000 in each of the 16 counties in Maine. With further examination, I'm sure that number could be less, or it could be altered. And additionally, I'd like to say that if the department or anyone else in the state has a different plan they're working on, but they need funding, or that they're stuck and they need to expand it, I would be glad to rally around and support the plan that most quickly gets us to a statewide plan that adequately addresses this and all the categories I discuss in here, whether it's through mental health issues, opioid. Those are the two big issues with housing you really find in Portland. And it puts a big burden also just on the healthcare system if you talk to the healthcare providers in Portland. But statewide, it's an issue, as you know, it's a crisis. And then we also look at other issues that sometimes aren't talked about, people getting out of prison, and to keep them from not going back to prison. Are we helping support them to transition back into society adequately through abuse, trauma, veterans that are on the street, divorce, all of these issues that would lead to people being in a state of chronic homelessness and needing help beyond just a day-to-day emergency response. So I know that you all work on this. You probably looked at many other bills. I'd be happy to answer any other questions. You will hear from some people after me who are a lot more articulate on this matter. But I put this bill in not knowing what other people would be working on this session a few months ago when I submitted it. And I do, to all of you on this committee, I do have a great concern in Portland as well as throughout the state at the growing level of homelessness. What I think sometimes isn't the adequate response. I think we need to treat this as an emergency crisis and deal with it as such. I've heard we may be putting back an emergency crisis team, which was done away with several years ago before this administration, which could go out on the street and look at people and see why they're not in housing and what needs they may have. That went away, and that was a big loss, but I heard that may be coming back. So that might help as well. But there is a huge issue with homelessness. There is a growing issue with the affordability of rent and buying a home, which is getting worse every day here. And so because of those issues, I would ask the consideration of this committee on this bill or through some other vehicle, through something existing in the state that you could kind of beef up, or another bill that is more laser focused on some of the symptoms and whatnot. I would hope that you would work on this and would do anything I can to work with you on this bill or any other bill that addresses this, not only in Portland, but throughout the state. And if we don't address this more aggressively, I think the problem's just going to escalate. And, it's pretty hard if I'm coming home late at night to Portland on my way home and, you see in the middle of winter, a dozen people sleeping out on the steps of the post office on Forest Avenue when it's below freezing. So, we do a lot. This committee does a lot. The state does a lot. Many organizations do a lot, but there's such a great need. And I hope that the state can have a short-term and a long-term plan to deal with this kind of in a more aggressive fashion. So thank you very much. I appreciate all your work on this issue and all the other issues. I'd be happy to answer any other questions. And again, I'm always willing to work with you on this issue in whatever form you move forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions of Representative Collins? I'm not seeing any, so we can move to several people testifying for, and we'll go first to Mallory Shaughnessy.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Excellent. Good morning, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer, esteemed members of the Joint Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Mallory Shaughnessy. I'm a resident of Westbrook and Executive Director of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services. On behalf of the Alliance, I am here to speak in support of LD 1301. The Alliance represents Maine's safety net community-based mental health and substance use treatment agencies, and we advocate for sound policies and evidence-based practices to enhance the quality and effectiveness of Maine's behavioral health system. A healthy connection between the health and well-being of the body and mind is everything we do at the Alliance. While disentangling the nature of the relationship between homelessness and psychiatric disorders is difficult, a clear link between the two does exist. Studies looking at mental illness in persons who are homeless have generally found a high prevalence of mental disorders. Homelessness itself, in turn, has been associated with poor mental health outcomes and may exacerbate certain types of disorders. For example, findings indicate that homelessness is related to higher levels of psychiatric distress and lower levels of recovery from serious mental illness. If people could more easily access supportive housing and necessary community resources during transitions between situations they find themselves in, homelessness could be reduced. LD 1311 directs the department to coordinate and arrange for transitional housing and services. It would help residents who are in the process of creating better lives for themselves and address temporary housing for people who are experiencing a number of different situations, dangerous conditions in their living space, economic insecurity due to divorce or separation, recovery from substance use disorder, struggling with mental illness. But life changes like the ones listed generally occur along with profound emotional turmoil. And just as with a physical ailment that has required hospitalization or some other major involvement, you need a time to heal, and profound emotional stressors may require the same. Supporting transitional housing could create better results for Maine. Our members work hard to keep people secure in the social safety net. And as has been mentioned, these providers find that this type of transitional housing would much better facilitate their doing the work that they do. And I noted that the department states that this currently provides, that they currently provide these services through a variety of other programs. And it lists a number of those and states that this would be duplicative. However, the key thing this bill does is it proposes to coordinate and arrange for these services. Thank you. It would direct them to a statewide implementation plan and broken down by region as well. That's the essential part. So many people that are struggling with these issues don't have the resources or wherewithal to coordinate the services they need. So please vote ought to pass on this in some form so that that coordination and planning can happen down in our communities for these people that are in need. Thank you.
And thank you for that testimony. Are there any questions from Ms. Shaughnessy? I don't see any. So now we can go to Rob Korobkin. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. My name is Rob Korobkin. I'm the owner-operator of the Courage House in Gorham. Courage House is a 20-bed residential program for men transitioning out of Maine's jails and prisons and re-entering back into our communities. I'm here today to speak in favor of LD 1301. To begin with, as I'm sure you all know, this country has 3 tiers of correctional institutions: county jails, state penitentiaries, and federal penitentiaries. One thing you may not know, however, is that of those 3 tiers, only 2 have funds set aside for transitional housing and other transitional programming. At the federal level, that's the Second Chance Act, $85 million a year nationwide to pay for folks leaving federal prisons. When somebody comes to Courage House from a federal prison, this money often pays for their first 2 months in the house. At the county level, the organization Maine Pretrial Services has secured a variety of grants to bail Mainers out of our state's county jails and get them into recovery. They can often cover a few months for the Courage House residents coming out of county jails. Where things fall apart and where LD 1301 can help is with the folks transitioning out of Maine's state penitentiaries. At present, there simply is no money in the Maine state budget to cover the costs of things like housing vouchers for the men and women transitioning out of Maine state penitentiaries. This year has actually been great with the COVID rent relief funds, which have paid for several months at a time, but it shouldn't take a global pandemic for the government to put a roof over the heads of the incredibly vulnerable men and women who are transitioning out of Maine state prisons. In practice, The long-term benefits of transitional housing programs like Courage House are clear. On average, it costs the state of Maine 50 grand a year to incarcerate someone. Transitional programs like Courage House can operate pretty comfortably at $600 a month per person or $7,200 a year. As I see it, when formerly incarcerated Mainers can transition back into our workforce as employees and small business owners, when they can transition back into our communities as our neighbors, when they can transition back into caring for their families as parents, we all win. That's why, whether it's LD 1301 or something else, if we want there to be genuine support available, not just for people transitioning out of homelessness, but for people transitioning out of incarceration as well, it's worth investing significant resources in making that support a reality. And the last thing I would say is that in Ohio, we do see programs that the same program, the FUSE program that benefits folks coming out of homelessness, also be made available to those coming out of incarceration. Often the needs are comparable and everybody wins. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. Are there any questions of Mr. Krupkin? I don't see any, so we'll thank you for joining us. Based on what I see, there's nobody else here who's interested in testifying for, nobody interested in testifying against, and nobody neither for nor against. Are there any questions of Aaron in anticipation of our work session? Yes, Senator Baldacci, would you care to introduce yourself and ask your question?
Sure, I'm Joe Baldacci. I represent State Senate District 9, which is the city of Bangor and the town of Herman. My question is whether or not, it doesn't really say in the bill, but who in DHS is going to administer this? And is there an office that's going to have to be created, or is there an office that this would be appropriate to? So, and I know that Ms. Dooling did not write the bill, so it's a little bit of a speculation, but I think if we had information maybe from the department how this would be administered, some with more details to how it would be administered, that might be helpful to me anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions to go to Aaron for the work session? I don't see any. So that will conclude our consideration of LD 1301. According to my calendar, we don't have any other bills to hear. So I will go to Ms. Dooling to see if there's any questions, anything else we should be touching base about right now.
No,
Okay.
not that I know of.
Okay, so again, according to the calendar, we will be convening at 12 for additional public hearing of a total of 7 bills. And in the meantime, I hope you get a chance to enjoy some sunshine. We will be caucusing the Democrats at 10:45. And continuing our work on some of these bills to discuss them. So I'll entertain a motion to adjourn until 12.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please show your hand. Thank you, and we'll see you back at 12.
Mhm.
Oh, shoot.
So good afternoon, everyone. Looks like we have a quorum, so we can begin this afternoon session of the Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. As I referenced earlier, and in case you weren't listening, we'll be hearing 4 bills in a row. We'll have the sponsor present the bill. We'll have co-sponsors testify, and then we'll go on to the next bill. And we'll do that for the first 4, and then we'll entertain additional testimony for, then against, and then neither for nor against. So I think I want to hear from Representative Javner, what town she represents. So we'll go ahead and we'll go around and introduce ourselves around the virtual horseshoe, starting with Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sam Zager, District 41, Portland. Good to see everyone.
Representative Lemlin.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Lemlin. I represent District 88, Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Nobleboro.
Representative Stover.
Good afternoon. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay Harbor, South Port Edgecombe, West Port Island, part of South Bristol.
Representative Perry.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Ann Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes the communities of Indian Township, Baileyville, Bering, Calais, Charlotte, Robinson, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant Point.
Representative Griffin.
Good afternoon. My name is Abigail Griffin. I represent House District 102, which is Glenburn, Levant, and Cadescate.
Representative Craven hasn't joined us yet. Representative Madigan.
Good afternoon. I'm Colleen Madigan. I represent House District 110, which is part of Waterville and part of Oakland.
Senator Moore.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Ann Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well.
Representative Meyer.
Good afternoon, and thanks to everyone for joining us this afternoon. I'm Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is all of Elliott and parts of Kittery and South Berwick.
And I'm Ned Claxton. I represent Senate District 20, which includes Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. We're also joined today by Representative Javner. I want to say best for last. And here, what towns you represent?
Well, I hate to disappoint Senator Claxton. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Representative Kathy Javner, and I represent House District 141, which is located in Penobscot and Washington counties.
Oh, I guess we'll have to wait. All right. We're also staffed today by Anna Broom.
Hi, I'm Anna Broom. I'm one of the legislative analysts for the Health and Human Services Committee, and I work in the Nonpartisan Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
And Carrie Withy.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Withy, and I'm the clerk for the Health and Human Services Committee.
Okay. Anything to take care of before we start hearing bills, Anna?
Nope.
So let's start with LD 878. If Senator Keim is here. If she's not, then we could go to, I don't see Senator Stewart either. Okay. So number 3 on the list would be 1469, which is Representative Craven, and she's not here. 0 for 3. Okay. Anybody else want to chair today? We're not doing too well here. Number 4 had planned to be 283, which is Representative Madigan. I guess the stage is yours, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and fellow members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm Representative Colleen Madigan, and I represent part of Oakland and part of Waterville. I'm here today to introduce LD 283, resolved to address inequities for certain direct care workers. I have written this testimony fully 3 times and ripped it up each time because I want to help you fully understand the magnitude of the crisis we have in behavioral health care services. You may even be tired of me talking about it, but as you probably know by now, I'm hardly one to keep quiet about things. This bill comes out of concerns I've had for years and the current problems with our workforce and our behavioral health care services. In previous sessions, the legislature has recognized the problems with main care rates and workforce challenges and services for elderly and the ID and DD populations. This recognition led to action. The very same problems existed within our system for in-home services for both children and adults with behavioral health care diagnoses. However, and they are growing worse, we left out vulnerable people and the workers whose job it is to help them. They do similar work for different populations. I thought that valuing one group over another pit them against each other, creating winners and losers, and would lead to no good. That's where we are now. And thinking about presenting this bill today, I also thought that knowing about history would be helpful. When I first started working in this field, I had a job in a residential program for persons who had been discharged from the state psychiatric hospital. From there, I went on to work as a case manager in a day program. I worked there for years. I learned a lot from my clients and from coworkers with more advanced degrees and experience. All that led me to feel like this field of work was something that offered an opportunity for me, that this was a field where my skills were needed. I pursued further education. At the same time, the past iteration of the Office of Behavioral Health was undergoing a reform in services. Consumers were asked what worked, what would help. Providers were asked the same. Now, I don't mean to suggest this time during the 1990s was some sort of heaven. The work is hard and people with mental illness suffered. And it is true that we know so much more now than we did back then. Some of the very evidence-based practices that I have advocated for were just getting started in Maine. I believe in those. I'm also grateful to the department for their efforts to address Maine care rates and reform our behavioral health care system. I don't envy them. It's a monumental task, let alone during a pandemic. I've read their letter in response to this bill, but this I know. I know that workers can't wait for a rate that allows them to pay the rent. I know that agencies can't wait for a rate that allows them to hire qualified staff, train them, and inspire them to work in this field. I know that consumers can't wait for services that will allow them to live their lives in our communities. In my area, some providers have stopped providing these vital services because it is not financially viable and they can't hire staff. I'm sure it is the same in many of your communities as well. By all means, let's reform our system of behavioral health care. But while we are doing that, we cannot let consumers and workers languish. They are all already under enormous stress due to the pandemic. In all my years of work in this field, I have come to the conclusion that perhaps the most damaging aspect of living with a mental illness is the isolation. Stigma is a part of that, so is poverty. Let us not cripple the very services that allow consumers to become valuable members of all our communities. Let's help Maine once again to become a leader in this field. Let's help our own Department of Health and Human Services to reform and not leave anyone behind. Thank you very much. I look forward to working with you on this bill.
Thank you, Representative Madigan. Are there any questions of the representative? Do you know, Representative Madigan, if there are any of your co-sponsors here who would like to testify?
I don't know.
I think
I can't see the, like, who's waiting and all that, so.
Oh, that's okay. But you didn't have any on this bill. I remember now. This was all on you. Okay, so.
Well, you know, it was in the beginning before we got the whole Google link thing done.
That's right. That's right. So having heard LD 283, we'll now go to LD 878. and welcome Senator Keim before we then go to 1469 and Senator Stewart.
Good afternoon, everyone. Senator Claxton, Representative Mayer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I am Lisa Keim, and I'm proud to represent the citizens of Senate District 18, which includes Northern Oxford County and 2 communities in Androscoggin. I'm here today to introduce a resolve to increase main care reimbursement rates for services provided by direct care workers. The summary of this resolve is simple, but its impact has the potential to be life-changing for many of Maine's most vulnerable citizens. This resolve increases reimbursement rates to direct care workers by no less than $2 an hour. I know folks after me will testify that an increase of 25% would be appropriate, and I do support that effort. In doing so, I hope more people will choose to partake in this important work. This legislation may look familiar to many on the committee. It is mirrored after LD 2109 from the 129th legislature. This committee passed that bill as amended unanimously. The language before you today is that amended language. According to a News Center Maine article updated December 31st, 2020, despite being on the front lines of the COVID-19 pandemic, most DSPs earn only close to minimum wage. Herein lies the problem. As Maine continues to increase the minimum wage, we have struggled with a shortage of direct care workers, as low main care reimbursement rates often leave agencies without enough funds to adequately pay their employees and afford other expenses. The work that direct care workers do is vital, but it is also extremely difficult and sometimes emotionally and physically taxing. Though some people find this work to be their passion, when they can work elsewhere with far less responsibility and stress for the same amount of money, they sometimes choose to do so. I urge the committee to pass the legislation before you today so that direct care workers are adequately paid based on the services they provide. I thank you for your consideration, and I would be happy to take any questions. And I would echo also what Representative Madigan said, that I think it's important for us to take this in our hands and not leave it to necessarily what comes out in the budget or what the department says they're going to do. I think it's important that we put something forward as legislators and give our strong support by a vote.
Thank you, Senator Keim. Do you know if any of your co-sponsors are here and intend to testify? I don't see Representative Fay or White here.
Then I assume that there is not a co-sponsor here to testify.
And if they come in, we can have them join us later on. So thank you for that testimony. Are there any questions of Senator Keim? I don't see any, so now we can move to Senator Stewart and the introduction of his bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's good to see you all today. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm State Senator Trey Stewart, and I have the distinction of representing 51 communities in Aroostook and Penobscot counties. I'm here before you today to present testimony on LD 1267, a resolve to provide Medicaid rate increases for professionals working with individuals with intellectual or developmental disabilities. In the 129th legislature, we adopted a rate increase for direct care workers for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. This was a serious and significant boost for these folks and the facilities who employ them, particularly given that the state's minimum wage was above the reimbursement rate, which they were able to receive under main care. These people care for some of the most vulnerable and challenging individuals to care for in our state and deserve to be compensated fairly for that work. As was the case with the compelling testimony you heard on this issue in the 129th legislature, I'm sure you'll hear and read more today from individuals who can share their stories of the important jobs they perform in our communities, who can speak better to this than I can. While the previous increase was certainly helpful, the fact remains that these direct care workers are still underpaid for the jobs that they do, and once again have fallen behind the minimum wage in Maine. There's an attempt to move another increase forward last year by Representative Craven to 125% of this of the minimum wage, which unfortunately wasn't successful and died at the end of the second session of the 129th legislature. This proposal seeks to increase the rates for those workers in line with the CPI increase over the past decade. I'd also like to recommend that the committee amends the bill so that going forward, the rate is indexed with CPI so that the need to continue to request increases with minimum wage, which is tied to the CPI, as we all know, won't be a perennial issue. I know that we all appreciate and respect the critical work that these direct care workers do for people within our districts back home and appreciate the committee's support of this work. We can take steps this session to ensure that going forward, these workers and their employers can focus on the people they serve with all of their energy rather than dividing it between efforts to receive nominal increases to avoid closures. This bill seeks to do just that, and I know that it would be a positive step forward and a strong demonstration of this legislature's support for the IDD community. Thank you very much for your time and consideration of the support and legislation. I'm happy to answer any questions anyone has at this time.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Are there questions for him? I'm not seeing any, so thank you for being here and presenting that bill. Next, we'll hear from Representative Craven and a presentation of her bill 1469.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. I made it just in time. So good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and esteemed colleagues of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston. I'm pleased to be here today to introduce LD 1469, a resolve to give direct care providers hazard pay and to pay additional COVID-19 pandemic costs. This resolve directs the Department of Health and Human Services to request a waiver from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, to increase the rates for adult direct care workers by 25% from January 1st, 2021 to April 30th, 2021. The purpose of this temporary 25% increase for Section 21 and 29 services, as proposed in this resolve, is to provide hazard and incentive pay to secure and stabilize the frontline direct care workers, DSPs, providing critical in-person care to thousands of vulnerable Mainers with intellectual and developmental disabilities. This temporary rate increase can be secured without a lengthy waiver without a lengthy waiver amendment process through the Appendix K waiver, which will be in place through the pandemic. Our committee previously considered and reported out a majority support for the same temporary short-term rate increase for providers of medically necessary home and community-based services to the AFA committee. To be included in the supplemental budget. While the supplemental budget did include a 3-month retainer payment for community support services that were forced to close at the direction of the department during the surge of COVID-19 cases last fall, it ultimately did not include temporary rate increases to stabilize staff and services for this sector. Now, more than ever, we need to support frontline workers who provide care and support to the thousands of vulnerable adult Mainers with intellectual disabilities. Thank you, and I'd be happy to check any questions.
Thank you, Representative Craven. Are there any questions of the representative? Yes, Representative Javner.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Yes, I just have a couple quick ones. Representative Craven, do you know if are you asking for this hazard pay to be retroactive on any level? And if so, for how far back would you be looking for?
It would automatically be retroactive because it would be from January 1st, 2021 to April 30th, 2021.
If I may, Senator.
Please follow up. Yep.
Thank you. So you're not looking for anything prior to January 1st?
No.
Were they already receiving hazard pay?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? I don't see any. And were there any other legislators who wanted to testify in support of Representative Craven's bill? I'm not seeing any. So now we'll go to our trial version of everybody gets 4 minutes, unless you want to testify for 3 minutes on each bill, and then we put you in our book. But so we'll start with Alan Cobo-Lewis, and I'm just looking for clarification, sir. Are you testifying for all of them or just selectively?
I'm testifying for all of them.
Very good, sir. Go ahead, please proceed. We'll keep you on a 4-minute clock.
Okay, and in fact, all of them, even the one whose public hearing is coming, later. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairwoman, distinguished members. My name is Alan Cobo-Lewis. I live in Orono. I have two 20-year-old sons. One of them has a significant disability. He is currently receiving children's services and is undergoing transition to adult services. He has such significant needs that he has received a waiver offer based on his prioritization. But the community services agency that would otherwise be able to meet his needs on his transition to adult services has thus far been unable to staff his programming that we're working so hard to set up. They have received 0 applications for the job. This is the workforce crisis up close. The agency staffing his children's services has also struggled with recruitment. His programming has not been fully staffed since before the pandemic. This has resulted in several incidents. I work in the field. I think you know that I'm director of the State University Center for Excellence in Developmental Disabilities, though I'm testifying to in my personal capacity. But my family, even we're struggling. We're facing the cliff. We need swift action by you to address the workforce crisis. Tomorrow, you're going to have public hearing on several waitlist bills. You need to pass the waitlist bills as well, but it's also necessary to address the workforce, because once you get off the waitlist, if you can't staff your services, you still have nothing. I want to say that I do appreciate the efforts of the department to propose tiered rates to incentivize community-based services in an individual's own home or family home. I think that's very helpful and will put us on a path toward compliance with the federal settings rule. But in addition, rates need to go up across the board for everyone. And I would suggest that as you consider these various bills, that you please adopt language requiring increased rates to go toward increased wages to address the crisis. I would also ask that you support LD 1204 to pay parents to provide services when the state is unable to provide those services. That's public hearing later this afternoon. And I just want to note that this is a heavy lift, but it's not as heavy as it always is, because Section 9817 of the Federal American Rescue Plan of 2021 specifically provides for a 12-month increase to the FMAP targeted at home and community-based services. 10% increase is quite a lot of money. And it actually defines HCBS as the 4 adult IDD brain injury waivers, plus Section 17, plus case management, and in fact, such other services as specified by the Secretary. We don't yet have guidance from CMS about exactly what that means, but there is some suggestion that it may even include EPSTT services for children. It's a lot of money that you will get if you use it to improve services. So this is your chance to supplement the implementation of one or more activities of this broadly defined HCBS. I urge the community to direct the department to maximize these federal resources, to use those resources to address critical issues, including today's workforce issues. To, in addition to that, solicit input from stakeholders on additional ways to maximize those federal resources and put them to use, and then report back to you, stakeholders and members of the public, on what I hope is their success on accomplishing all of that. Now is your chance to finally address this issue that has been going on for years and years and years and getting worse and worse and worse. Thank you very much for your time, and I can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions of Mr. Cobo-Lewis? I'm not seeing any. So again, thank you for being here. Next, we'll go to Kim Humphrey, and I'll ask the standing question. Are you testifying in support of some or all of these?
All of them in favor, and
Welcome.
this afternoon ones too. Good afternoon. My name's Kim Humphrey, and I'm from Auburn. I'm the mother of an adult with autism living in a group home, and I'm the founder and president of Community Connect Maine, a 501c3. It's a grassroots family-driven network with a mission of connecting families, caregivers, and communities to improve the system of care for the developmental disability community and related conditions. Our vision is that all people have the support they need when they need it to live full lives within their communities of choice. And I am in support of increasing the rate of reimbursement to direct care workers and to adjust it in accordance with the increase in state and municipal minimum wage. Clearly, with all these LDs on the schedule for today, which I support all of them, show great awareness of the necessity of increasing rates to keep up with minimum wage. Repeatedly over the past handful of years, the fact that partial temporary funding has been allocated is sometimes stated as the reason for ignoring that the underlying problem isn't yet resolved. I participated as a consumer parent voice on the Long-Term Care Workforce Commission in the fall of 2019 and agree with their recommendations of implementation for the 125% above minimum wage rate increase for across the board direct care workers. The pandemic has exacerbated this crisis, but also provides an opportunity to resolve it with increased federal funds coming to our state. While working to reform the system of care and understand underlying rate structures, please also pay diligence to the lives of the people living in the system that is in crisis now. Having personally experienced the horror of what it is like when no appropriate resources are available for a family member that desperately needs them, please don't place families at risk of losing resources by not doing enough to keep them viable. There's also a critical need to serve Mainers with IDD or autism on the wait list. Currently, providers have had to consolidate programs and are challenged to take people off the wait list, especially Mainers with behavioral issues, even after these worthy Mainers have been granted a waiver for these crucial supports. People cannot change who they are or what they need to fit the structure of a service system. The rates for providers and DSP wages must be able to sustain quality programming. That means they must be competitive to jobs such as gas station clerks. DSPs are trained to understand and support the complex needs of individuals they support. These skills are far more valuable than 125% above minimum wage. They provide the people they support the opportunity to more fully participate in life and in their communities because they support their basic daily needs. I sincerely believe that the long-term cost of care will go down and the quality will improve when the system is continually structured to fit the needs of the people and not the other way around. I urge you to support now a fully viable, consistent direct care workforce.
Thank you for your testimony. And are there questions of Ms. Humphrey? I don't see any.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Now we'll hear from Laura Cordes. And I'll ask you to clarify which bills you're speaking in favor of.
Good afternoon. All of them in this package. Thank you, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Laura Cordes. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Association for Community Service Providers. MACSP is the association of more than 70 organizations throughout our state providing direct service and support to children, adolescents, and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities to live and thrive throughout our state and Maine communities. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today to provide consolidated testimony for these bills. I'm grateful to each bill sponsor for bringing these bills forward, for recognizing that the pandemic has further and significantly destabilized the sector in every part of our state, and that real short-term and long-term solutions are needed to retain and recruit the staff needed to provide medically necessary services, daily supports to thousands of Mainers, adult Mainers, and children with developmental disabilities. We've been talking about outdated and underfunded main care rates, all of us, for some time now. For providers of IDD residential services, the wage component remains 94 cents below minimum wage at $11.21 an hour. Throughout the state, the majority of our providers are just unable to support staff with incentive pay or hazard pay, or to compete with Walmart or fast food restaurants for a competitive wage. Fatigued and frustrated, they've left the workforce throughout this pandemic for lower risk and higher paying jobs. I've shared with this committee that we've lost 16 now to 20%. Some of our providers are reporting of our workforce. That's 1,600 to 2,000 direct support professionals. New people are not coming through the door. And without enough staff, overtime costs are skyrocketing, but must be paid because people are just needed simply to cover the basics of supports to keep those in place at this time. And the weight of the additional pandemic costs has put providers in an untenable position. They're slowly collapsing services while hours of authorized services go unfilled, and nearly 2,000 Mainers remain on wait list. Senator Craven's bill would help the sector now in this fiscal year with dollars needed to stabilize and keep essential staff in place throughout the pandemic. We've asked for the support throughout the pandemic last year, and again, as a component of the supplemental budget, and we very much appreciate the support of this committee to move that piece forward. Senator Stewart's bill provides for an adjustment utilizing the Consumer Price Index, and Senator Kimes' bill proposes no less than $2 rate increase. All of this is needed as we rebuild. And before I speak about rates moving forward, I just want to pause on the here and now. And again, my thanks to this committee for moving forward the proposal included in LD 1469 to provide temporary rate increases through the Appendix K. Ultimately, the supplemental budget did include, and we're thankful for, a service-specific, federally allowable 3-month retainer payment for community supports programs that were closed during the pandemic that lost revenue. But unfortunately, the supplemental budget did not include temporary rate increases.
30 seconds, Laura.
Thank you. Those increases ended last May. At that time, we didn't know the American Rescue Plan would pass, and we're incredibly hopeful now that dedicated HCBS FMAP funds can be used to lift all boats, to provide temporary support and bridge us to rate increases that may be on the horizon. We are appreciative that the current FY22 budget supports the department's effort to specifically bring the wage component of Section 21 and 29 services up to minimum wage. While we await those details, we ask that you move to adopt rates for specialized, compassionate direct care workers that not just support the current minimum wage, but go beyond that to a competitive wage. I'll close by saying last year, I personally helped bring in copies of over 300 direct support professionals, advocates, parents, and allies testimony to you on LD 2109. You've heard about that. Many of you were there for that, but that's a bill, the recommendations of the Long-Term Care Workforce Commission that would provide an increase of 25% to bring rates up to minimum wage and beyond. That's a level of support we need. I urge your support of efforts that look to raise rates beyond minimum wage. Thank you again for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony and for being here. Are there any questions for Ms. Cordes? I don't see any. I remember those 300 letters.
Thank you.
A lot of us do. Thank you for being here. So now we're going to hear from, let's see, Ellis Baum, if you want to unmute and join us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be testifying today on 3 bills, LD 878, LD 1267, and LD 1469. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and HHS committee members, thank you so very much for meeting with me today. I really appreciate it. I'd also like to thank Senator Keim, Senator Stewart, and Representative Craven for sponsoring the 3 bills I am testifying for today. My name is Ellis Baum, and I am the Regional Director of Residential Resources located in Westbrook. We provide support to over 50 adults with IDD throughout Southern Maine, in group homes and in shared living homes that are funded through sections 21 and 29. We employ approximately 100 direct support professionals, or DSPs, and contract with over 20 shared living providers. I'm also testifying today on behalf of the Maine Association of Community Service Providers, or MACSP, as Vice President of its Board of Directors, co-chair of MACSP's Legislative Committee, and chair of MACSP's Workforce Shortage Committee. The theme of my testimony today is going to be one of fatigue. I have worked for my organization as well as this industry, providing support to adults with IDD for over 21 years. I began my work as a DSP and have held nearly every position along the way to becoming director of the agency. I know firsthand what it feels like to string together 70-hour work weeks while providing care to people with significant needs and challenging behavior. I know what it's like to be tired. So when I see my employees work longer hours, ranging from 80 to 90 to 100-hour work weeks, it frankly breaks my heart. The sad fact is they are working these hours because they cannot pay their bills working 40 hours per week, and I have hundreds of open hours per week that need to be covered. To be more specific, through 14 locations, I currently have 714 open hours per week that must be filled. While I am grateful this number hasn't climbed any higher of late, I have reached a period where I no longer remember a time when that number wasn't lower than 700 hours. It is nearly impossible to hire people into positions. And even more grim is the fact that consistently hovering around 700 open hours does not mean that I am retaining employees. It simply means that I have fewer and fewer people to do the same amount of work. That is how I have arrived at people working at 80, 90, and 100-hour work weeks, which really falls into being the epitome of fatigue. There's so much to unpack as to why this dynamic is occurring, and I am grateful that the bills I am testifying in favor for help me do so. As I noted, my career in IDD services began in year 2000, where I was paid $8 an hour as a DSP. At current, the reimbursement rate for IDD services under Section 21 affords a DSP wage of $11.21 an hour. After 21 years, a $3.21 raise really does not pass what I would call the sniff test, nor does it meet the minimum wage requirement for the state of Maine either. While there is some relief seemingly coming through the Back to Basics budget recently passed, the increase seems to be intended to address the inadequacy of the reimbursement rate compared to the minimum wage standard versus really obtaining what I would refer to as a productive livable wage. LD 878 would require DHHS to increase reimbursement rates by no less than $2 per hour. I am hopeful this increase would not only honor the people that have continued to work through some of the hardest of times, but also attract new workers to this industry and stem the bleeding of hours my agency and dozens of others like mine are experiencing. Fatigue can spring from many places, such as feeling like things are not going to change. I have been advocating for people with IDD and the extraordinary people caring for them for over 20 years, as I've mentioned. Over that time span, issues. Sorry?
30 seconds.
Sure. Issues such as cost of living, lack of affordable housing, inflation have not been addressed for the average DSP in Maine. There are over 10,000 DSPs working in this state, so investing in them also means investing in this state. LD 1267 would do just that, and I'm strongly in favor of. Moving right along quickly, I'm also testifying in favor of LD 1469, which provide temporary 4-month rate increase for Section 21 and 29 to allow hero pay. I have watched over a year now through this pandemic of my staff caring for sick people, managing risk to themselves as well as their family. And simply, our workforce is on life support due to this pandemic. And we were already in crisis prior to that. And there must be something done to stabilize this workforce right now. And this bill would do just that. Please support this bill. It would make a world of difference to a lot of people. So in closing, I truly thank you for your time, your commitment, and your dedication to this difficult legislative session. I'm grateful for your effort and hopefully your support on these bills that I have discussed today. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Baum. Are there questions for this testimony? Yeah, I'd like to ask, how long have you been director at Residential Resources?
Almost 10 years now.
And what's the lowest rate you can remember of unfilled positions, or unfilled, lowest number of hours unfilled?
Well, the last number that I felt was a low bar was 500 open hours a week. And that was something that I felt was almost manageable. And it's climbed to well over 200 hours more than that of recent times. And that's been going on for a stretch of months, not weeks.
And I understood you to say that you typically employ about 100 people?
Yes, that's correct.
And 714 hours translates to about 18 full-time equivalents?
Yeah.
So your vacancy rate for those positions is about 18%. Okay. Thank you. Representative Lemelin?
Thank you, Senator. I just have one question for him. With the $2 an hour increase that you're talking about, what would be the new rate at that time?
Well, the way I would look at that is, I would simply do the simple math of adding that $2 an hour to what the reimbursement rate affords, which at $11.21, adding $2 to that, getting up to $13.21. Now, that's without doing the actual calculations of, what the rate really looks like and doing the actual numbers, but the rough math, that's what I would tell you.
Thank you.
We heard an earlier person testify that we should include language that stipulates that any pay increases go directly to direct care workers. Do you think that's necessary?
Well, I think I would also add, just where this seems like an opportune time, that I would also support the bill that's forthcoming for 125% of DSP, or the reimbursement rate for DSP wages. But specifically to your question, I think that certainly is in line to help the workforce crisis so that as much money flows into direct care staff as possible.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. So my question is how you manage people who have seniority. So you're reimbursed for all of your staff less than minimum wage, but then how do you retain people who have oversight, or people who have extra skills, or people who have been there for 10 years as opposed to somebody who just came aboard?
That's an excellent question, Representative Craven. It's a fine line that I walk nearly every work week that I participate in. And what I do is I do try my best to honor tenure. And I'm proud that I have some employees that have worked not just 10 years, but 15 to 20 years. And I would say it speaks more to their commitment versus their level of pay. But how I have structured my operations is my administration and management team operates on a skeleton crew, where just myself alone, in my tenure as being director, I have absorbed 4 to 5 full-time people's positions without replacing them. My management team all carry very heavy caseloads. And that is the only way that I'm able to recognize things like tenure or promotions within the DSP category in terms of raising someone's salary for their position by sacrificing work at an administration leadership level.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I rode by Walmart the other day and they were hiring at $17 an hour. They were advertising on their billboard.
It's extraordinary.
Mr. Ron, can you speak to your turnover rate or your retention rate over year?
Our turnover rate typically, well, prior to the pandemic, our turnover rate was approximately 35 to 40%. And that's in line with national average. And through the pandemic, I think it's been a little bit higher for some of the obvious reasons that I spoke to about people leaving for higher paying, safer positions. So I think we've ranged more steadily in the 40s in terms of a turnover rate. Yeah, I don't have any figures in terms of a retention rate at this time.
That's okay. Thank you for all that information. I see a question from Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ellis, thank you so much for your, I'm sorry, Mr. Baum. Thank you for your testimony. We are all struggling to figure out a good way forward on this, because I think we all feel the moral imperative to do what's right for people who need services under various main care sections. I'm wondering if you could tell us if other avenues or other, if there's any lawsuits that are in play, because you mentioned in your testimony that you're unable to provide a minimum wage because the reimbursement rate is too low. It seems like that there might be, somebody may have raised the red flag on that, or on the other side of the coin, that if the rate is too low, then it's not meeting the statutory needs of those sections of the main care, the various main care chapters. So are you familiar with anything that, as in the justice system, as we are talking about the stuff in the legislative arena?
So to be clear, let me just explain. I'm not familiar with any type of lawsuit situation that I'm facing. I certainly wouldn't speak to any other community service provider. But when I talk about the reimbursement rate affording a DSP wage of $11.21, that is certainly accurate. But I also am forced to meet minimum wage requirements in terms of what I pay my employees. Now, that obviously creates a deficit in that dynamic, and I make up for it with what I explained to Representative Craven about sacrificing at nearly every other aspect of my business in order to compensate for that deficit that the inequity of the reimbursement rate versus the minimum wage standard creates. Does that answer your question?
It does. Yeah, it does. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Baum, for being here today. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the impact on the population you serve when staff turns over the way that it does.
I could probably teach a seminar for the rest of the afternoon on that very topic, Representative Meyer. So it's a very excellent question and very timely, but it's nothing short of devastating. The majority of the people I support have very troubled pasts in addition to facing whatever disability they may have. And that comes from perhaps earlier trauma they may have experienced in their life, but it also comes from a lifetime of experiencing high rates of turnover from the very people that care for them. And what it creates is a dynamic where you don't trust anybody that enters into your circle of life. And so imagine when you're relying on people to take care of you, to assist you with some of the most intimate things that all of us have to go through each part of our daily routine and then not have a full level of trust for those people doing that type of work. And that's the issue that we face, where challenging behavior, increases, intensity, frequency, duration of those behaviors all stem from this turnover rate with staff and not having a trust for the amount of people that are coming in and out of your lives. And it's a layer of protection or safety where it turns into a situation where if you don't trust the people and you don't allow yourself to build a relationship with the people coming in and out of your life, then it doesn't hurt when they leave. And so that's the built-in safety mechanism that my population that I work with have established for themselves. And when you really look at the heart of why people have adapted that way, it's gut-wrenching.
Thank you for that. I don't see any other questions. Thank you for being here, and have a good rest of the day.
Thank you all so very much. I appreciate all of your time.
Next, we'll hear from Mallory Shaughnessy.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I know you're asking which one you're doing. I am in support here for the Alliance, in support of LD 283, although we do have a concern to share, and then I want to briefly comment on a couple of the other bills. So my name is Mallory Shaughnessy, and I am the Executive Director of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services, and we are here in support of LD 283. LD 283 is designed to address inequities for certain direct care workers, directing the department to increase by 20% the reimbursement for daily living support services and home and community-based services in sections 17 and 65 that are provided to children and adults by behavioral health professionals. Currently, the dashboard for children's behavioral health services on the Office of Child and Family Services page shows that Section 65 home and community therapy has nearly 600 children on wait lists with an average of 6 months wait time in some counties. Medication management and other Section 65 service has wait lists of up to 3 to 4 months to get an appointment. Section 17 services such as assertive community treatment and community integration have wait lists of up to 4 months or higher. The list could go on. You've heard me here before telling you about these lists. But the wait lists are growing across the state as the pandemic continues to impact not only those already facing challenges with mental health, but those impacted by the newly imposed stresses and hardships. Providers across the state, as you've been hearing, are seeing turnover rates with these direct care essential workers of 40 to 50% and increasing now. Many positions advertised remain vacant for months and sometimes up to a year or more. Some have stated that there are just not enough available and eligible Mainers to take these jobs, but that isn't really the case. The reality is these providers cannot compete with the other businesses that have increased wages beyond the reach of the current reimbursement rates. As the state found out when it needed to increase staffing for its child welfare positions, they could not get anybody to take the jobs, and then they increased what they were paying, and then they were able to fill those jobs. We are in the same position. Providers simply can't compete against other providers, such as the state or hospitals that can pay 2 to 3 times as much, or local fast food franchises, or I guess Walmart, who can also pay far more. Members of the Alliance do have some concerns, though, to share about the implementation of the requirement that, quote, the increase in reimbursement rates must be applied to wages and benefits for employees who provide direct care service as not to administrators or managers, as this bill directs. In our experience, whenever a bill or a rate change targets rates in this way, it leads to increased administrative burdens to show in the reporting that shows the funds do indeed simply go to those workers and no others. And it adds the level of reporting and the time it takes sometimes actually eats up time that could be used actually doing the services. We know that with reimbursement rates being stagnant for as long as they have been, that the staff working in management and supervisory positions are also not receiving wages commensurate with their education and experience, and they too are hard to recruit and retain. The problem is pervasive throughout the agency. So these type of directors also put in place sort of a micromanaging of independent businesses that we feel is unwarranted. The providers know that in order to provide the services that are needed with a stable and consistent workforce, they have to offer wages and benefits to allow them to recruit and retain them. Given an increase in reimbursement rate, they will immediately increase wages and benefits to not only frontline essential workers, but the clinical staff that supervise and assure adherence to guidelines and fidelity. With that concern aside, okay, thanks. With that concern aside, we urge passage of some type of investment like this in the community-based mental health and substance use services we so desperately need. We know this is one of only several bills before you this year. I think as Representative Zager talked about, there's a lot of different bills, and how do we do the best thing that we can to keep these services open. But I need you to know too, we need something now, not in a year. Now is when we need it. And just a quick point to these other bills that are being heard today. The bills are aligned in some ways, but they're parallel and not complementary to LD 283. They pertain only to services for those with autism spectrum disorder or developmental delay, whereas 283 pertains to services that have some overlapping eligibilities, but also to mental health and substance use challenges, which the other bills don't directly cover. So we need you to understand we're all competing for similar essential care staff, and all of the services need to be invested in together to provide livable wages. Otherwise, you'll see, some ships rise and some ships sink. We need to invest in across the board to all these services. With that, I'd be happy to bring information to the work session or provide you, any other details from the providers regarding these issues.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Shaughnessy? I don't see any. So we'll move on to, thank you for being here, and move on to Lori Belden.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lori Belden, and I'm the Executive Director for the Home Care and Hospice Alliance of Maine. I want to thank Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services for providing me this opportunity to provide testimony in support of LD 878. I don't think I can articulate it any better than my friends Laura and Mallory just did. And well, I don't know Ellis. I think he spoke very eloquently too about the challenges facing direct care workers. One thing that is, I'm not sure if it's unique to our industry, but for home care and hospice providers, Maine Care beneficiaries account for a significant portion of our business, of our client base. It was only a year ago, maybe a year and a month, that Home Care for Maine closed because of their business model was supporting so many vulnerable older adults and individuals with disabilities that they just couldn't keep the business going, which is was pretty significant in the Central Maine area. So instead of kind of reiterating all that you've heard, I think one piece I'd like to add to what's been said already is that in January 2020, there was the Commission to Study Long-Term Care Workforce Issues that I believe Representative Madigan, you served on that committee, I think, as maybe a few others. And one of the significant recommendations that came out of that was to ensure that Maine Care rates kept pace with all of the state and federal requirements, including wage increases and the like. So at pay time off, our industry has electronic visit verification, which has added administrative burden and cost to our work. So on behalf of the home care providers, we really support this bill, which is taking a step towards protecting the beneficiaries' access to quality care services, which otherwise would be compromised for our growing population of older adults and individuals with disabilities. I think we can't lose sight of the people. We're in the business of people, where we employ the people and we care for the people. And at some point, we're all going to need some services. And I think together we need to work on fixing the deficits that are occurring now. And I think overall, the nominal $2 an hour rate increase is pretty small in comparison to these people, our neighbors, our community, having to relocate to go into a more expensive facility deliver care if there's availability of beds. I just think that keeping them home in our view is the place. If they want to be, we should be able to keep them there and pay quality staff to deliver the care. So I too, like the others, will be happy to be a resource for you during your work session. Again, it's a common thread through all of the work that we do, and we hope that we can work together to find a resolution that lifts all boats. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And just so I'm clear, that was specific to 878.
Correct. Yes. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
Do you reserve the right to testify later on 1157?
I love it. I don't know if I'm on the list for 1157.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, a couple more coming up, but you'll see me all afternoon. Lucky you.
All right.
Thanks.
Yes, Representative Zager may have a question.
Oh, I'm still here, Representative Zager. Hi.
Hi, Ms. Belden. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming today and for the work you do with the Home Care and Hospice Alliance. I wanted to maybe just extend what you just brought up at the end of your testimony there as a hypothetical, something that we certainly would want to guard against, but just so I can understand. Suppose that there were no direct support providers. What would happen to the people who are receiving their care? Are you saying that they would have to be put into institutionalized or inpatient non-home environments?
Well, I think that we're seeing it right now, and I think tomorrow we're talking quite a bit about wait lists that is growing, exponentially, every day. But I think people will be home and without services, unfortunately. And I think when you hear tomorrow's passionate testimony about wait lists, I think that there'll be some data about those that have had to go back or had to go into either long-term care or even hospital settings to receive necessary care to sustain a quality of life, and some that have just gone without care, whether it's the activities of daily living, making sure that someone gets in the home to make sure they're getting out of bed, getting dressed, getting bathed, getting fed, the basics of humanity could just be not being met. So, and for me, that it's heartbreaking to think that could happen, and sadly, it is happening, I believe.
So in addition, if I understand correctly, then what you're saying is that in addition to what one could call the moral imperative, you're saying that it's really like an example of a stitch in time saves nine.
Yeah, pay again. I mean, I'm simplifying it, but it seems like pay a little more now, get the right support in, or pay more later when it might be a higher level of care they're going to need, or higher level of just cost, just to make sure the basic needs are being met.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Belden, for being here.
I'll see you in a little bit.
Look forward to seeing you later. We're also joined today by Betsy Mahoney. I understand that you'd like to testify on LD 1267.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. My name is Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Betsy Mahoney, and I'm the Community Outreach Coordinator for the Autism Society of Maine. I'm also the parent of a 29-year-old with autism, intellectual disabilities, and a mental health diagnosis who lives in a group home. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Autism Society on actually several of these bills, but I will say 1267, 283, and then I don't know how strict you're going to be about whether I could testify on the second group of bills now. I have two of those bills as well. But I will say, I don't want to repeat what a lot of other people have said. So I'll just make a couple of points. The first of which is that this, it goes without saying, this has been a really long-term issue that's only gotten worse during the pandemic. All of you, whether you've been on this particular committee or not, have heard so much testimony over the years about how difficult it is for agencies to staff their group homes and other organizations with direct service professionals. And it's been pointed out already, there was a commission to study long-term care workforce issues. And they put together what I thought was an excellent and exhaustive report, came out in January of 2020, reviewing all different aspects of the problem, including reimbursement rates, training, and required qualifications. And it's been pointed out already, there was a bill last year, LD 2109, that 300 direct support professionals submitted testimony in favor of. And obviously with the pandemic, a lot of things were derailed. So one of the points I want to make is that, first of all, I'm very appreciative of all of you legislators who are sponsoring these bills from both parties. So it's very clear that you guys get it. It's a very serious problem, and that even though there have been incremental increases, that this group of workers are still underpaid. And yes, it's true that the fiscal year 22 budget plan is going to bring the wage component of Section 21 and 29 services up to the minimum wage. But what I really want to say here is that minimum wage is not enough. And if that's all they can offer, this problem is going to, just go on and on and on without any resolution. So I am glad to hear a number of you legislators who are saying, yes, minimum wage isn't going to cut it. And
30 seconds, Betsy.
Okay, thank you. The one last thing I would say is that in my son's home, this group of people, these service providers, are the most important people in our lives. We count on them to do their job. And if any of them, I sort of was holding my breath for the whole pandemic, worried that some of them would leave. There were a lot of people there were some who did leave, but I was very grateful to those who stayed. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Mahoney. And the intent was to focus on the first four bills.
I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear. LD 1267.
Yeah. You did make that clear. And
okay.
You're welcome to testify on subsequent bills when we get done with these four.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Last thing we want to do is restrict access for folks.
Okay.
So, all right. Are there any questions for Ms. Mahoney? I don't see any. Thank you, and we'll see you later. Next, we're going to hear from Rick Erb.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the committee. My name is Rick Erb. I'm the president and CEO of the Maine Healthcare Association. Our organization represents the nursing homes and assisted living facilities across Maine. I'm here today to testify specifically for LD 878 and thank Senator Keim and the co-sponsors for bringing this issue forward. It is a pleasure to testify in favor of a bill that benefits the people we consider the backbone of long-term care. Wages and benefits are typically 70% of a facility's operating expenses, and the largest group of employees by far is direct care staff. COVID-19 has put the spotlight on the incredibly valuable work that they do, but honestly, we at Maine Healthcare Association already considered them heroes years before. The bill is very straightforward in calling for and funding a $2 per hour increase in the wages for these individuals. It comes at a critical time as the shortage of workers has become more dire as the pandemic drags on. Nursing homes and assisted living facilities struggle more than ever to find and retain workers. Wages have indeed increased substantially over the past few years, driven by competition from other sectors. But what we pay still undervalues the people who care for our elderly and disabled. Certified nursing assistants and personal support specialists certainly realize that there are easier ways to make a living for similar pay. Earlier this year, our survey showed that the average CNA and PSS were earning $16 and $14 per hour respectively. And I would certainly agree with the previous speaker that minimum wage is not enough to provide these services. Adding $2 to their hourly rate may not be a fortune, but on top of wage increases that facilities are already granting, it makes a difference for the employee trying to make a living and for the facility that needs to recruit and retain direct care workers. LD 878 is a common sense bill that puts money in the hands of our valued staff and takes advantage of federal matching funds. I urge the committee to vote ought to pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Erb. Are there any questions for Rick? I don't see any.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. According to the list I have and what Carrie tells me, there's nobody else here to testify in support of these 4 bills. So at this point, I ask if there's anybody who'd like to testify against these 4 bills or one of them. Please put your hand up so we can recognize you. I'm not seeing any hands. But if there's somebody who wants to testify neither for nor against, we'd also be open to hearing about that. Not seeing anybody. I think that'll conclude the public hearing portion of our consideration of 283, 878, 1267, and 1469. Are there questions we'd like to direct to Anna for our work session when we get to reconsidering these bills? For me, Anna, if you could get us the link to the Long-Term Care Workforce Commission recommendations or the bullet point executive summary portion, that would be helpful to me. Any other requests of the team? Some of this is pretty familiar territory for all of us, so there may not be a lot of questions. So, okay, so that'll conclude our work on those 4 bills. And next we'll go to, I don't see Representative Libby in the list yet. So that would take us to 1204, which would be Baldacci, Senator Baldacci. And yes, Representative Lemelin.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Representative Libby standing by. I think she'll be tuning in any second here.
Okay. So we'll hear from her about 1157. And then we'll go to 1204 and then 1477. And we'll revert back to our typical process with the 3-minute clock and running through those folks who are for. Representative Libby has joined us or is joining us. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Thank you for your patience. I apologize. I just ran up to the 4th floor from the cafeteria. So good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Laurel Libby, and I reside in Auburn. I represent House District 64, which is Minot and part of Auburn. And I come before you today to present LD 1157, an act to ensure Maine care reimbursement rates for home and community-based services for persons with intellectual disabilities or autism are adjusted in accordance with increases in state and municipal minimum wage. I'm well aware that there are a number of bills that address the issue of reimbursement rates this session, but LD 1157 specifically addresses the instance of a municipal minimum wage increase, which is particularly important when the municipal minimum wage is higher than the state minimum wage. We've recently seen Portland raise their minimum wage, which will leave providers in that area scrambling to hire workers for home and community-based services if they're not able to pay an equitable wage with Maine care following the state minimum wage. The discrepancy in wages will likely lead to an increased shortage in workers in a critical industry that is already chronically short-staffed. This bill requires DHHS to increase its reimbursement rates to providers of home and community-based services to persons with intellectual disabilities or autism by the same amount of increase required under the minimum wage law for both state and municipal minimum wage increases. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Although those who come after me may have better answers for you.
We'll give you a moment to recover your breath. You did well.
Thank you.
Are there any questions, Representative Libby? I don't see any. So then we can go to people testifying in support. First, going to Alan Cobo-Lewis. Welcome. We're not hearing you. So there we go.
Sorry, thank you.
Now we can.
Everything that I said about the previous bills also applies to LD 1157. So I'll give you back some time and just say, please pass this whole group. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your succinct testimony, sir. We also are, Betsy Mahoney is here to testify in support.
Yes, good afternoon again. That was quick. I'm Betsy Mahoney again with the Autism Society of Maine. I'm here to testify in favor of LD 1157 to ensure Maine Care reimbursement rates for home and community-based services for persons with intellectual disabilities are adjusted according to the, excuse me, increases in state and municipal minimum wage. As I mentioned previously, the Autism Society supports this and other bills that aim to increase wages for direct support professionals. Low wages translate into staff vacancies and high staff turnover, which in turn contribute to lesser care and lack of stability. Consistency and stability among staff are key to the mental and physical health of many of these residents. And again, as I mentioned, my son has autism. He lives in a group home. During the pandemic, it was extremely difficult for staff to work with him because everything was thrown off, everything was canceled. I was so grateful to the staff who stayed. My son had a number of reportable events. By that, I mean, he would hit his head against the wall, and that happened like 3 days ago, where they have to take him to quick care to treat his injury. So this is the kind of thing that happens when things are unpredictable and people leave. So again, predictability and consistency are extremely important to this population. So again, I would just ask this committee to support the recommendation of the commission to study long-term care workforce issue that came out a year ago. And specifically, that bill required direct care workers across the long-term care spectrum to be paid no less than 125% of minimum wage. So as I mentioned earlier, seeing that apparently the department thinks that minimum wage is enough. I don't know, I can't speak for them, but apparently that's what they're saying. It just is absurd that it's not anywhere near enough. And I think I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Ms. Mahoney? I don't see any. So we'll move on to Cullen Ryan. Welcome, sir.
Hi, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I was all set to testify in the last 4 bills, but didn't get a chance to. But I was going to beat the 4 minutes, so I'll try that again. I support this piece of legislation, and I support the whole slew that came before and the slew that seems to be coming afterwards, because there are 2 big things that need to happen in this world for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and that is to see that wages are suitable to have people be employed and be retained. And I'm watching providers that are unable to do this left and right. It's not a new problem, but it is getting worse. The second thing is that we need to cure wait lists. I know that you're going to be attending to that tomorrow. So I know you've got a complex set of tasks to try to figure out what to do with all these great bills, how to make this work. So I just wish you well on that respect. I will say that people who people who work in group homes, one of the issues that I'm seeing, I am involved in housing and I'm watching group homes close. In fact, we just had to get rid of one. I just wanted to make sure you folks were aware that when these things were developed 20 years ago or 25 years ago, the cost of development was a third of what it is now. So when we don't fill employee positions and that forces a group home to close, we not only lose the services to the people who live in these homes, but we ultimately lose the housing itself. And we have to spend that money again to rebuild that part of our fabric. And that is, there's no real resources to do that. And I don't see that getting done. So this has a trickle effect. The other thing is just about my son, who's 24. And I was blown away when he had gone through about 20 or 25 workers before he was the age of 10. And I watched what that meant to him, because it meant a whole new relationship and trust building and all of that. But when he got to, over 50 or 60, when he was reached 20, I stopped counting. But the people come and go in his life because they leave to go work at Walmart. It happened when Walmart was paying 15 cents more than the $9 an hour that it was. And it certainly is happening now when the minimum wage is, 10 or 11, and folks can leave and go to $17 an hour at Walmart. So people leave, and that has huge ripple effects. That's all that I wanted to say. Good luck with this, and thank you very much.
Are there any questions for Mr. Ryan? Can you speak a little bit more specifically about the two homes that had to close and what those circumstances were all about?
Sure. Most recently was a building that Community Housing in Maine has up in Bangor with Ojai, and it was served for people with intellectual disabilities that were very challenging. The manager there had done a great job of empowering those folks to, they had behavioral issues and they tended to make holes in walls, and he empowered this group to learn how to do repairs, and they started to take a sense of ownership over this property, and we relaxed what we did to have them do the repairs first, and we went back in and sort of cleaned it up afterwards. This managed to keep people who had a tendency when they got upset to just run right through doors and through walls, and ability to manage themselves in a community setting in downtown Bangor. And it was a really successful environment for about a quarter of a century. And we got notice just a month and a half ago. We could not find any providers because they can't find people to work and to fill the group homes. So we checked with the whole slew of them. And although there's huge demand for people to get into this type of housing, there aren't employees to work there. And so they realized they couldn't make this work either. So we had to put it on the market. And as you know, it's sold really quickly. We didn't even need to involve a real estate agent because the home, is so attractive. So that's an example, but each one of our group homes, we used to have 23 and we're down to 16 now. They're going away.
So if you mentioned, as you just started your testimony, that you were in support of the other bills too, do you want to be more specific about which ones you were in support of, since we didn't recognize you quickly enough?
Sure, that's okay. Yes, and my apologies, I know what I did, but the 878, 1267, and then Representative Craven's bill, I've forgotten the number on that as well.
1469.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Ryan? I don't see any, so we'll hear from Laura Cordes. Thank you for being here, sir.
Good afternoon again, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the committee. Laura Cordes, again, Executive Director of the Maine Association for Community Service Providers, MACSB. Here in support of LD 1157. Thank you, Representative Libby, for bringing this bill forward. And as a reminder, the overwhelming majority of providers of Maine Care and Medicaid medically necessary services to Mainers with IDD rely on non-negotiable Maine Care rates to operate their programs. This bill would require these rates to be adjusted on an annual basis as the minimum wage is increased, either by state statute or through municipal ordinances. It would also require adjustment for other wage requirements, such as hazard pay, currently required under the recently adopted City of Portland ordinance. On the ground right now in Portland, the minimum wage and hazard pay ordinance of 2020 that's in effect has left providers who are either based in Portland or providing in-home and community-based supports in Portland struggling to spread their fixed wage rate components, some that are currently under minimum wage, to $18 an hour. In order to meet that hazard pay requirement, providers over the last several months have cut staff, service hours, impacting the quality of care. The majority of MAXP's members, a dozen providers supporting Mainers with IDD in Portland, are now either ending services, collapsing them, or relocating them to a different town altogether, simply because the state system which they rely on is not designed to be adjusted for minimum wage, let alone emergency hazard pay increases. Without a rate adjustment, it will become increasingly difficult for the state to ensure that hundreds of Maine Care members in Portland are able to maintain or secure access to the support they need and deserve in the city that they have chosen to call home. We certainly share the department's goal for Maine Care members to have access to high quality services. Maine Care rates therefore must be financially viable to sustain a network of providers to ensure this access. As the department continues to undertake the work of creating comprehensive, streamlined, coherent, and transparent rate setting system, we encourage the committee to support the inclusion of this provision, not just for IDD providers, but certainly for all Maine Care fee-for-service rates that providers need to support Mainers. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. I don't see any questions at this point, but thank you for being here. And according to my list and what I'm told by Carrie, there's nobody else who wants to testify related to LD 1157, either against or neither for nor against. So that'll conclude the public hearing portion of our consideration 1157. Are there questions that people would like to direct to Anna as we get ready for a work session? I don't see any. Okay, so I'd ask Senator Baldacci to introduce himself and then introduce LD 1204.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, distinguished members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm introducing LD 1204, which is an act to address the shortage of direct care workers for children with disabilities in Maine. And I would point out it's a bipartisan bill. Co-sponsors are from both parties, including Senator Paul Davis from Piscataquis and Representative Stetkis from Canaan, as well as a number of my fellow Democratic colleagues on this committee. Family caregivers are an important source of home health services, though they are often not compensated for the skilled and non-skilled care that they provide. These caregivers provide about 1.5 billion hours of health care to about 5.6 million children and youth with special health care needs annually in the United States. If these services were instead provided by a home health aide, they would cost an estimated $11.6 to $35.7 billion per year. Through the early periodic screening and diagnostic test benefit, state Medicaid agencies are required to provide children under the age of 21 with all Medicaid services that can be covered through federal Medicaid law. Yet states like Maine face challenges in delivering personal care and home health services to disabled children due to workforce shortages of home health aides, personal care aides, nursing assistants, and other health providers. Reimbursement can be an incentive for family caregivers to provide more comprehensive services than they are otherwise able to deliver due to time and budget constraints, which can help to alleviate these challenges. I would just point out that children, youth with special healthcare needs are those defined by law who have or are at increased risk for chronic physical, developmental, behavioral, or emotional conditions, and who also require health and related services of a type or amount beyond that required by children generally. These children account for nearly 20% of the entire population under the age of 17. Family caregivers of disabled children face unique challenges. Caregiving for a disabled child often involves complex medical care, including technical medical equipment tasks, such as adjusting feeding tubes, occupational therapy, and symptom monitoring and management. These caregivers tend to rate their own health more poorly, more frequently report enduring physical strain, and are more likely to face financial hardship. Many caregivers of disabled children have reported a need for information related to managing stress, finding time for oneself, and balancing work and family responsibilities. There are a number of ways that states can support family caregivers. Training, education, respite services are important supports that are often lacking in availability and quality. However, family caregivers of disabled children have reported that policies that offer financial support for the caregiving they provide are their most crucial need. The COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the important role that family caregivers play in providing home and community-based services to disabled children. One way that states have addressed the increase in provider shortages during the pandemic due to social distancing requirements and infection rates is through policies that implement or expand Medicaid reimbursement for family caregivers. These policies may provide important mechanisms to increase the home health provider workforce and support continuity of care for the disabled child while reducing costs for the state. They may also serve as an important financial support for families of disabled children, even more of whom may face employment insecurity due to a lack of provider availability. I had become personally aware of this through a family I worked with from Central Maine who has a child who has severe physical disabilities and is in a wheelchair all day and sometimes requires additional assistance. It's a very difficult situation for the family. And I had to I dealt with DHS because there is also an issue about whether or not the fact that we have a shortage of direct care workers for young people who have severe disabilities is itself a possible violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act and the Social Security Act itself. Because the Social Security Act, which would be governed by, requires states to pay rates that are commensurate with the market conditions in order to attract a workforce. There's both a legal, a moral, and an ethical issue to this. And just two other points, and I know there's people that want to speak on this, and I'm very appreciative of them coming forward. One is that the Congress, in a unanimous bipartisan fashion, passed the RAISE Act in 2018, which requires the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to develop a national strategy to support family caregivers of children and adults with disabilities or with chronic needs that we've discussed. The act also formed a family caregiving advisory council to develop recommendations to inform the strategy, including a report that identifies effective models to support family caregivers. So while that is as far as Congress has gone, it's clear that the direction of congressional policy, regardless of party, is in the area of supporting and engaging family caregivers in this issue. And I had gone back and forth with the department. I just want members of the committee to know yesterday, the department sent me a position that they would oppose this because there would be too much time that they would have to spend to develop the waiver that this requires and too much of a likelihood it would be denied. My response to them was that there are 3 states, Georgia, Maryland, Hawaii, who have been granted waivers to do exactly what I proposed. They have done it. It's limited to the public health emergency that we are currently undergoing, but there's no likelihood that the public health emergency we're currently undergoing at the national level is going to be ended anytime soon. And I think, one, I will probably ask the committee to consider this emergency legislation so that it can be enacted on, and that, so I would probably have an amendment to make it emergency legislation, and 2, that the waiver that they're instructed to seek would be a waiver that's consistent with the other states that have been granted waivers, at least limited to the public health emergency. I'm hopeful that overall policies can change, but other states have recognized and have been granted waivers during this public health emergency in order to allow the legally responsible parent to also be paid. I wouldn't be bringing this bill, but there is but I'm well aware that there's, 1, a shortage of workers, and 2, there's no shortage of disabled children in the state who need services, who are legally qualified and entitled to these services and should be receiving those services. This is not a cure-all, but this will be a significant step forward and hopefully will help tens, if not hundreds, of families in our state, if not thousands. And I think it's an important step forward, recognizing where we are today as a society in terms of providing services that these children are legally entitled to have, but are not being provided. So I appreciate everybody's time and consideration. I look forward to working with my colleagues on the Health and Human Services Committee to pass this bill. I would like to include those amendments so we could get this passed as soon as possible, citing what the other states have done in light of the COVID-19 emergency. I want to thank everybody for their time. Thank you. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Senator Baldacci. Are there any questions for the senator? I don't see any.
I have to go to another committee, but I'm going to come back. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks.
It's hard to be 2 places at once.
Yeah.
Next, we're here to hear from Senator Paul Davis. Welcome, sir. If you'd like to unmute and join us. Looks like Senator Davis, yes. Can you unmute to join us? There you go. There.
Sorry about that. But good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and the distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm Paul Davis, and I have the great honor of representing the people of Senate District 4, which includes all of Piscataquis County and parts of Somerset and Penobscot. And as a co-sponsor of LD 1204, I'm pleased to be here with you today to provide testimony to support what I believe is important legislation. To give you some background, I was contacted by a lady by the name of Megan Patrick, a constituent that I believe you'll hear from, following cloture last December. It was after we could put any bills in. Mrs. Patrick shared her family story with me and talked about her experience providing skilled care to her youngest child, Adeline. Following numerous hospitalizations for Adeline, Mrs. Patrick gave up her teaching job, and the family moved to Colorado to try medical cannabis to address Adeline's seizures. While there, Mrs. Patrick was able to become a certified nursing assistant, or CNA, and work under local home health agency to care for her daughter. While this allowed for Adeline to receive quality medical care and attention, it also made it possible for Mrs. Patrick to provide for her family financially. The Patricks have since moved back to Maine, but unfortunately have been met with financial hurdles as Maine does not provide reimbursement to parents of disabled children requiring their care, even when the parent is a licensed CNA. After hearing from Mrs. Patrick, I really wanted to do something to help her, and I found that Senator Baldacci had submitted this legislation to address the very issue of parents not being reimbursed for care they provide their disabled children. As many of you, I'm sure, will recall, Maine passed legislation for spouses to be reimbursed for their care for their significant other. It is my understanding that Maine does reimburse parents with an RN or LPN license working under a local home health agency to provide for their children. As we hear of more agencies struggling to find skilled home care workers, families facing financial hardship in order to care for their loved ones, I believe the legislation before you addresses a critical need in our state. I hope you will consider supporting LD 1204. I would ask if the committee does have any concerns that you would at a minimum extend the ability for parents with a CNA license to work under a home health care agent and receive payment for the care they provide for disabled children. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Davis. Are there any questions? I don't see any, but thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I too have another committee to go.
Very good.
Thank you.
And now we'll hear from Alan Cobo-Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I wasn't going to testify on this bill, but I did have something to add after actually doing a little bit more research. My name's Alan Cobo-Lewis. I'm from Orono. And just to be clear, my family would not have benefited directly from this bill, or would not have benefited from this bill, because we would have been unable to provide what my son needed if we were reimbursed. So this is not out of self-interest, but given this severe crisis and the fact that some parents could do it depending on what their child's need is, when the state is unable to meet its obligations under the federal laws that Senator Baldacci mentioned, this is important. I just wanted to share some information. One of them is that there was a 2015 study that I can share for a work session of the cost of caring for a child with intellectual developmental disabilities. It was a Canadian survey that found like $45,000 was the impact on the family per year of that care. Using today's conversion rates, that's about $35,000 US. About 44% of that amount was due to lost wages. I will say that my wife was unable to work full time for the past 10 to 15 years because of the attention that my son needed. And you know, there are, given the severe workforce crisis that you've heard about, and given that other states have put this into effect, there is a fairly modest number of families who could benefit from this and provide the care that their child needs when the state is unable to meet its obligations, and they are going to be doing it cheaper than the state can do it. Look at shared living for adults, which is a similar concept. The state adopted that because it was more inclusive than group home settings and cheaper, significantly cheaper than group home settings. I think of this as kind of like shared living for kids. This committee essentially passed a very, very similar bill last session that died because of the pandemic. The bill had a very modest fiscal note. As Senator Baldacci mentioned, this is not a panacea, but it can address the problem for the state and parents for a modest number of families, and it would in fact be a small part of the solution. So I would support this legislation as well. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I don't see any questions. So why don't we hear from Andrea Dole? We can't hear you, Ms. Dole.
Thank you. I'm just going to read because I'll tear up if I don't. To those who serve the people of the state of Maine, to serve others is the greatest act we can choose in life. When our son James was born almost 6 years ago, we knew nothing about what his life would bring. We knew that his life was a blessing, and blessings bring both gifts and challenges. Our service to him is a given, no matter the unique challenges that his rare genetic condition leading to severe physical disability, global developmental delay, and special health needs requires. The sacrifices of time, energy, sleep, aspirations, relationships, and self-concept are significant, over and above what most parents can understand or cope with, and take their toll over time. As mother to James, I've watched the world go by, often without any recognition of the work that it takes to support a being with such uncommon gifts. When I was pregnant with my second child and the exhaustion became undeniable, my family helped me see that I would need extra help caring for James. Thankfully, we were able to find dedicated agencies and individuals in Maine to provide excellent nursing care in our home. It has been life-saving and allowed some degree of normalcy for my now almost 4-year-old typically developing child, while meeting the basic needs of James as he grows and learns along his own developmental path. Even working with 3 separate agencies and multiple individual providers, we've never been able to staff all the hours of nursing care that James qualifies for. I continue to be the one who provides the remainder of the care James requires, often unseen and unrecognized, and always uncompensated. My husband works extremely hard to provide for our family, and I sometimes paradoxically feel I am not doing enough for our family because my work is unrecognized and uncompensated. As I look to the future and all the work ahead of me, direct personal care, as well as all the managing, coordinating, inspiring, planning, and collaborating with the many dedicated professionals, 30 at his last IEP and kindergarten transition meeting, who helped James live the fullest life he can. I often wonder if there could possibly be any space or energy left for a career of my own. It is physically impossible for me to work an additional job while taking care of James. His needs require constant monitoring for health and safety, plus hands-on teaching and therapy for any growth and learning to take place. I have taken on, thank you, and juggle every day the roles of nurse, teacher, physical, occupational, speech, and feeding therapist, personnel manager, scheduler, medical director, and sometimes even mom. I sometimes joke that I am running a care and educational facility out of my home without support, recognition, or compensation. It's no joke though, and the impacts on our family of this unpaid work are very real. The funding that all this direct care and coordination of care would require from a team of paid professionals would be immense, and the job would not be done as well in most cases. We've considered the closest care facility that would be appropriate for James in New Hampshire, and right now we feel his quality of life is so much better here with us at home and the team of therapists, doctors, specialists, teachers, and nurses who know and love him and who do such amazing work in our local community and state. It strikes me that offering compensation to parents who know their children best and have the heart to do this work is a much more reasonable option for families and for society. To have some portion of the vital care work I do every day seen, recognized, validated, and compensated would be an encouraging step in the right direction. It would provide the dignity of recognition of dedicated, challenging, hard work and contribute to a sense of balance for myself, our family, and our society. Thank you for hearing my words today. It is the measure of a civilized society when the roles of caregiving for those who cannot care for themselves are held in highest regard. We all start that way and are likely to end up that way. Disability affects us all at some point. To honor with fair compensation the caregivers who give their all for their disabled children is a step toward a more just society for everyone. And if you would permit me to also speak on behalf of my husband, he cannot be here, but he wrote up some words.
Sure, go ahead.
When I read this to my husband, he said, "Wow, that's a really dignified way to put it." So I asked him to contribute his own version. This is what he said into my iPad while doing dishes after a long work day. "When we got pregnant, we were very excited to start a family together. And then James was born, and we were completely blindsided by an extremely disabled, handicapped child that the medical profession said was only going to live for 2 weeks to 2 months. So we settled into a parenting role already processing the death of a child, giving it all for the 2 weeks to 2 months that we were expecting him to live for, showering him in as much love and patience as we could muster. And now he's 5.5 years old, and at times it has not been easy caring for him. From rushing to the hospital at 8 o'clock at night with a child having a seizure, to listening to him scream because he's starving and we can't feed him. My wife spending 8 hours a day just to get enough food and water in him before he had his tube installed was a full-time job, emotionally as well as physically. The screaming and the nights of broken sleep have taken their toll mentally, physically, and emotionally, not only on us as individuals, but on us as a couple. Then when we got pregnant for a second time, we knew that the only way to make it possible was to seek out help. We got nursing care and had a feeding tube installed to make the day-to-day life a little bit easier caring for James. The thousands of hours that we have spent without a single "I love you" or "thank you" coming back from a child who is now almost 6 has been exhausting, with no end in sight. It's quite a ray of sunshine to hope that there is the possibility of being partly compensated for our time. 100 years ago, a child like James would not have made it. And it's because of our modern medical system and because of our modern society that he has. However, the burden falls on us to take care of him in a way that is hard to reconcile with our modern way of living. We don't live in communities anymore. An extended family don't live in the same household. So we are in essence by ourselves caring for him. Neither of us had a nursing background. We had never heard of a G-tube. We'd never heard of microcephaly, lissencephaly, cerebral palsy. We'd never heard of any of it before our son was born. So it's been quite a crash course. This is something that people go to school for and are called to do. Most of you have chosen your career. Your jobs compensate you for your time and have set hours. This job, caring for a special needs child, has no set hours. There is no compensation. You can't quit. You may be working for the rest of your life, and there's no going home from work. We have been on the best of days given the opportunity, and at the worst moments strapped with the burden of caring for a child like James. I thank you all for considering the monumental time, task, and effort that it takes to care for someone like James. Most of you that have children, your children will move out. Your children will go to school. Your children will help with chores. Your children will say thank you and I love you and will pick up after themselves and grow out of wearing diapers and be able to walk and be able to run and not have to be carried everywhere, and to be able to speak instead of scream and be able to play by themselves instead of needing someone with them all the time. So don't take for granted the gift you have if you have a normal child, and don't underestimate the burden that it is to care for one of the special ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dole. I see that Representative Madigan has her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Dole, for being here this morning, this afternoon. You described very well what it's like to be a family member caring for another family member, in your case, a child. And I can't help but think that one thing that really sticks with me is that it's important to you to be recognized as a valuable, as providing a valuable role, a valuable service, invaluable really, to your son. And I wonder if you could speak to how this bill would allow that, because I sense that it's not just about the money, it's about recognizing that the role you play in your son's life, like any family member who cares for another one, is invaluable.
Thank you. That's very accurate. Yeah, I was thinking about that, and you know, it's those moments in the middle of the night or when my patience has run so thin, and I think, you know, what is my life like? What is the meaning of all of this? And you know, I obviously deeply believe in what I'm doing and the value of it, but to have it valued by the society and the community and seen as work, as real work that I didn't sign up for. I mean, I did as a parent, but this is over and above. Like my husband said, you know, this is not the kind of work that, you know, you go out and, yeah, there's not a choice with it. And so to have some compensation and recognition of the real work that it is, it does. I can flip this. I could imagine flipping the switch in my brain when I'm so exhausted at the end of my patience and saying to my 4-year-old, Mama's working right now. This is my work right now. This is important work. And our state has said that this is very important work. And I can say that to him a million times, but to have that backed up and validated by all of you and our society really says something. So I hope that was articulate enough.
It is. Thank you, and I see you. Thank you, Ms. Stoll.
Thank you for being here to share the stories and the thoughts from the both of you. So I wish you well.
Thank you.
We're also going to hear from Craig Sinclair. If you'd like to unmute and join us. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Craig Sinclair. Just wanted to thank you for your time. I don't usually do a lot of things like this, so I'm kind of putting some thoughts together here. I wanted to be here today to support LD 1204. My sister is a mother to a very disabled, severely disabled child, Adeline Patrick. They have lived in Maine for some time now, and it's been an incredible challenge trying to get the right kind of care for Adeline in terms of at-home care, and just challenges trying to make ends meet, trying to give her the right care and also provide for the family at the same time. My sister Megan, my sister and her husband Ken are some of the most hardest working and honest people that I know. Some of the most loving parents that I've ever come across. Since Adeline was born, I've seen firsthand how difficult it is for people, parents of children that are severely disabled, that require 24/7 around-the-clock care to make ends meet, to actively participate in their communities, and to provide the necessary care for their children. My sister Megan has done everything in her power, whether it be educating herself on the best ways to care for a child, reaching out to different community resources to see what's available. And along the way, they've also made a lot of sacrifices in terms of their lifestyle in order to care for Adeline, make sure that she gets the things that she needs. And again, as an uncle to a child who is, just the sweetest thing in the world, that needs this kind of care around the clock, 24/7. I see the necessity or the need for these kind of children to have access to that kind of care. It's kind of sad. It saddens me to see that it's an issue at all, where, parents of these kind of children, they've already have enough problems that they face on a daily basis that almost never end. It's one of those things that I think it needs to be addressed in one way or another, where they can hopefully find some kind of support as far as the caregiving goes. I just, again, wanted to be here today to show my support for this bill, LD 1204. And again, just to vocalize my experience seeing Megan and her husband struggle firsthand with their child. I know how hard and difficult it is for these parents of, fragile children to care for their children financially. And I feel like this bill will provide the support that these kind of families need in these kind of situations. Again, I just wanted to thank everybody for the time today and the opportunity to be here and speak on the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Sinclair, for being here and sharing your side of a challenging story. Appreciate that. Are there any questions for Mr. Sinclair? I don't see any, so we can move to Megan Patrick. Welcome.
Hi there. My name's
there.
Megan Patrick. Thank you for having me today. I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1204. I'm thrilled that this legislation is moving forward, that we're having this conversation today. I wanted to talk specifically about supporting this legislation as it relates to already existing legislation that we have here in Maine. First of all, I know you've heard bits and pieces of our story, but my daughter Adeline is a medically fragile child. We've always lived in Maine, but we took a few years and moved to Colorado. Shortly after Addie was born, she was born with a brain malformation, which caused her to have catastrophic form of childhood epilepsy. She's also in a wheelchair and she has a G-tube, but she does love to smile and laugh, and she loves food and she loves family. So she's delightful, but she does have her challenges, and those challenges also, we share a lot of those challenges with her as a family. When Addie was born, I was teaching in Sanford, and she was hospitalized 20 separate times in a period of 9 months. So you can imagine, as anyone trying to hold down any sort of normal job, that was exceptionally difficult to be a full-time working mother and a full-time caregiver for a child that was so fragile. That obviously didn't work out for very long. And so when we moved to Colorado, my husband Ken worked, and then I stayed home with the kids and took care of them. We discovered that Colorado had a paid parent caregiver program that allows parents who are licensed LPNs, RNs, or CNAs to provide that direct home care for their children. So in the same way that here in Maine, we have legislation called the special circumstance nursing already in place, it allows for RNs and LPNs to provide that direct care at home. So it's under a certain set of circumstances, et cetera. But basically, when your life is so majorly impacted by your child's disabilities that you can't work gainfully outside of the home to support your family financially as well, we provide for our families here through that way, right? That they can then provide for themselves financially and make sure their children get care that they need. What I'm most interested in is seeing this bill pass that would allow parents who are CNA level licensed caregivers and then personal support caregivers. It's important to think about expanding that legislation so that all levels of care can be provided, but certainly in this crisis that we're all experiencing. I want to be clear that I don't think the pandemic has caused all of these problems. It's just exacerbated the ones that are already existing. These children already qualify.
30 seconds.
Oh no. So benefits of passing this, I want you to consider the caregiver shortage could be significantly reduced, and then families that are currently experiencing poverty because they're not able to work outside the home, could they significantly benefit there in terms of moving them off of existing public supports. I've heard a lot about reducing staff turnover and autonomy for families. I think this legislation could accomplish a lot of those goals. It's not a handout, but it's removing a barrier to employment that we currently have in place for parents only. We allow anyone else to fill these roles. So I encourage you to consider opening up that door for parents to also be able to participate.
Thank you for sharing your story. Are there any questions of Ms. Patrick? I don't see any. So again, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Looks like you're pulled over at the side of the road, or you have
Yes,
better
we're out
weather.
at a medical appointment. This is how we do.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I don't see anybody else who wants to testify for. So now we'll hear from Lori Belden testifying against. Welcome.
Thank you. Again, a hard position to be in. I am going to be reading the testimony from one of our members who couldn't be here. Excuse me, that choked me up. But before I start, I just want to say that while our position is in opposition, I'd like to preface that by saying it's in support of finding a better path to getting to where we need to be. It's the intent, the stories all are very impactful and are really felt by our industry. We just don't think that, we're hoping that maybe this bill could be amended, or that we could come to a better path to get to where we want to go. So I'm going to be reading word for word because it's a little bit complicated. So pardon me for not looking straight ahead. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Lori Burgoyne, and I am a resident of Waterville. I am the Chief Nursing Officer for the Home Hope and Healing, a home care agency based in Smithfield that provides in-home RN and LPN care to children and adults throughout the state of Maine. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in opposition of LD 1204 as presented by Senator Baldacci. Due to the shortage of all levels of healthcare providers in Maine, we recognize the need for a mechanism by which parents and guardians can be part of the solution as related to their own children's, as the care to delivering care to their own children with disabilities. However, as outlined in LD 1204, this contains insufficient oversight. Maine Care Section 96, private duty nursing and personal care services outlines these as covered services provided to an eligible member when determined to be medically necessary, when when prior approved, and in the best interest of the member according to the orders and written plan of care reviewed by signed by a licensed physician. Sorry, I'm still a little emotional from the testimony. This bill addresses eligibility, however, does not address the ability of the parent absence a licensed home health agency to attain, sustain eligibility documentation, as well as a necessary medical approval through a written plan of care. Personal care services are defined as those activities of daily living, instrumental activities of daily living and medication administration services provided by a member, provided to a member by a home health aide, CNA, personal care specialist, or certified residential medication aid as appropriate while completing tasks in accordance with an authorized plan of care. 1204 suggests that the state reimburse parents for qualifications suggests that the state reimburse parents whose qualifications is a successful background check. To be deemed a covered service, Section 96 outlines that providers must also meet the criteria as a CNA or PSS. Parents of children with disabilities are often unable to work outside the home due to lack of sufficient qualified staff to meet the needs of the child. Regular daycare settings are inadequate and to handle the needs of these children. Indeed, this can, okay, I'm going to skip to solutions. Let's see, and the individuals just discussed it earlier, believe looking into the provision of Section 96 as a model is appropriate when it talks about special circumstances nursing, which allows for a relative excluded from caring a member to do so under certain criteria. Let's see. we agree that instituting special circumstances personal care services provisions as outlined with similar exceptions would help meet the need, particularly during the stressful labor market we're in right now. The model already exists with regard to nursing requirements, and I believe that some of the that model would do well in the more of the personal support specialist realm as well. I submitted the testimony in writing that has Lori Burgoyne's contact information. She is an expert, and we can make sure that someone is available during your work sessions to maybe help direct the legislation towards more of that model of care. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. Just taking a quick look, I don't see Lori's testimony as having been posted yet, but we know there's often a lag. So
okay, I did it this morning, but yes, it could be a lag. So I apologize.
Yeah. Yep, no, that happens.
But again, we're certainly in support of, and another benefit of going with kind of the special circumstance model is that, as you heard from these parents and loved ones, they feel like they're isolated, and this way they could provide the service, get reimbursed, and also have the support of other providers within the agency to, to help build up their foundation of support. So,
thank you, Ms. Belvin. Are there
Thank
any
you.
questions for her? I don't see any, and I also don't see any other signups. So that will conclude the public hearing portion of 1204. What questions should go to Anna for our homework before our work session? Yes, Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we see the regs around the RN services that are reimbursed now for in-home care that Laurie spoke about?
Thank you. Representative Javner?
Thank you, Senator Claxton. If we could also see a model legislature from another state. I know that one of the testifiers especially mentioned Colorado and what they are doing. If we could see just a couple of them, that would be really helpful.
Are there other questions? I'd welcome a chance to look at the fiscal note from last session with the LD that we considered then. That'd be good to have. And also I need to understand special circumstances legislation a little bit better than I do now. If you can help with that. All right, I don't see any other questions. So next we'll move on to a break. I propose that we take a 10-minute break, 12-minute break. Come back here at 12:25, give everybody a chance to move around a little bit. We've been sitting for over 2 hours, which is not healthy. So if it's okay with everybody, we'll be back at 2:25, 2:25, yes. So we'll resume this afternoon's public hearing in HHS Health and Human Services by hearing about LD 1477. I'd like to apologize first to Representative Dodge for disappearing on her after inviting her to the party, but we're back and we needed a break at the time. So welcome, and you're to introduce your bill.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I am Representative Jan Dodge of House District 97, which includes Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. I am here to present LD 1477, a resolve directing the Department of Health and Human Services to collaborate with the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program to convene a stakeholder group to make recommendations for in-home rehabilitation services. A large percentage of Maine's population consists of older adults. This contributes to our increasing need for access to in-home care, since most would rather be in the comfort and familiarity of their own home for rehabilitation. If a patient is cleared to be discharged from a hospital and is in need of rehabilitation services such as physical therapy, their doctor provides an order, sometimes without explanation, is directed to receive those services in a residential facility. Worries about insurance coverage, costs, and co-pays can be associated with the residential treatment options, and many recognize the benefits of having care provided in their home where they can get better sleep and enjoy the company of family and perhaps a beloved pet. Patients should have access to their clinical information and the right to the least restrictive environment. Some hospitals share the printed statement, "You have the right to be told of realistic care options when hospital care is no longer needed." Current rate setting and lack of clinicians affect the availability of in-home services, meaning sometimes in-home care is simply not available. Still, a patient should receive an explanation of any barrier and be provided a process to receive answers to questions, resolve problems, and address or appeal the barriers. In the 129th Legislature, LD 301, an act to help older adults age in place through comprehensive planning, was passed. However, LD 583, which proposed a study of services and support systems for older adults, LD 653 to study opportunities for improving home and community-based services, and now Secretary Bellows' resolve directing a review of rules governing in-home care and assistance services did not pass. Clearly, more work needs to be done here, and this bill aims to accomplish that. Unfortunately, I was not able to locate a report out of the working group that began in September of 2020 on how to ensure least restrictive treatment environments. Thank you for your committee's continuing work to address this and many other community health needs. Thank you too to the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program, who preliminarily agreed to convene a stakeholder group and who is best positioned for an analysis due to the intersection with Medicare coverage. I hope LD 1477 can advance the worthy cause of recuperation in the comfort of one's own home. Thank you. I will try to answer your questions.
Are there any questions of Representative Dodge? I don't see any. So you got off easy this afternoon. And next we'll hear from Laura Harper testifying in support.
Good afternoon. I'm just pulling up my testimony. There we go. Thank you very much. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and committee members, my name is Laura Harper. I'm a senior associate at Moose Ridge Associates. I live in Hollowell, and the Maine Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program, or LITCOP, is my client. Brenda Gallant couldn't join you this afternoon, so I'm sharing this testimony on her behalf. The Maine Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program is a statewide nonprofit organization that provides advocacy for older adults and adults with disabilities who receive long-term services and supports in all settings. We serve residents in nursing homes, assisted housing, including residential care and assisted living facilities, adult day programs, and recipients of home care services. Additionally, we serve patients in hospitals who experience barriers in accessing long-term services and supports. We support this legislation that requires the Department of Health and Human Services to collaborate with LitCop to convene a stakeholder group that includes a physician, a representative of home care service providers, and a representative of home care patients. The stakeholder group would then study and develop recommendations to resolve barriers that may result in a delay or denial for qualified persons to receive in-home rehabilitative services. The group would consider a number of issues, including provider barriers in certifying eligibility for in-home rehabilitation services, a home care patient bill of rights, including the right to the least restrictive treatment options upon discharge, the right to be advised of realistic options when hospital care is no longer needed, and the right to be informed about hospital resources, such as a patient advocate or an ethics committee that can help resolve patient questions. Other issues would include a patient advocacy in discharge planning for healthcare facilities, the process for patients to dispute their discharge plan, and standards of care, which must include that the patient advocate or discharge planning team provide appointment and contact information for prescribed in-home rehabilitation services to the patient upon discharge, a copy of the list of barriers and explanations of any barriers preventing in-home services, and the process for a patient or advocate to appeal decisions. The stakeholder group must submit a written report on the study and recommended legislation to the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services during the second regular session of the 130th legislature. We would be pleased to work with the department on the stakeholder group required by this legislation. The group will consider a number of important issues focused on assuring that patients have information about their options, as well as their right to self-determination regarding rehabilitative care upon discharge. As you know, when an individual is hospitalized and in need of care upon discharge, it is likely to be an overwhelming experience. Patients may not be given all the information and support they need to make an informed decision about their options. We understand that this legislation was drafted in response to a patient being admitted to a nursing home from the hospital when she was qualified for and wanted rehabilitation services at home. This situation could have been avoided with her receiving information about her rights and access to advocacy. We welcome the opportunity to work with stakeholders to consider the issues outlined in the bill, and we anticipate a comprehensive review to develop recommendations for you to consider. I thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to take any questions and get them to Brenda so that we can get you those answers for the work session. Thank you.
Well done. Are there any questions for Brenda via Laura? No, I don't see any. Thank you again for being here. And
Thank you.
Now we can go to Lori Belden. Welcome.
Well, good afternoon. It's nice to meet all of you for the first time. Sorry, this is my third time today. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Lori Belden, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Home Care and Hospice Alliance of Maine. We're a membership organization representing home care, home health care, and hospice providers across the state. And I thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of LD 1477. The Alliance is a network of home care and hospice providers caring for older adults and disabled individuals of all ages, allowing them to stay in their home and community where the majority of people would prefer to stay. Annually, our providers deliver care to more than 45,000 clients and the residents across the state, traveling more than 20 million miles. Collectively, home care, home health care, and hospice providers employ more than 15,000 staff, a sector of the health care continuum contributing to Maine's economic growth and prosperity. Including in our dedicated workforce are experienced, talented, compassionate caregivers trained to deliver quality therapy services in the home. Rehabilitation therapies such as physical, occupational, and speech therapies are all provided in the safety of the patient's home by highly skilled specialists who provide the latest in evidence-based care to ensure the best outcome for the patients. When individuals receive rehabilitation therapy in the home, they benefit from the undivided attention of the caregiver in the privacy of their residence. These individuals also avoid stressors that can occur when traveling away from their home to receive treatments in crowded and potentially unsettling facility-based settings. Another benefit of receiving rehabilitation in the home is that the therapy is much more relatable in familiar surroundings. The therapist doesn't have to simulate the patient's safety moving from the dining room table to the kitchen sink, for example. Instead, they can practice in the real familiar setting, which provides a better outcome for health and well-being of the individual. I am fortunate to know Brenda Gallant and her team at the Long-Term Care Ombudsman. We think they are, we respect them incredibly, and we think that them collaborating with the department is a great way to improve access and patients' rights with access to in-home rehabilitation services. So we look forward on behalf of the Alliance to serving on the stakeholders group, working with both the department and the Ombudsman program to find solutions to regulatory and administrative barriers to provide rehabilitation services in the home setting. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Yes, Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Brenda is my dear good friend as well. And I understand this is a study, but as I understand it, we actually have home-based rehabilitation now, and we've had it for some of my own family members. So I guess I would like to hear about your vision of what should be different. What would be created differently from the study?
Why put it on this work to find if the outcome's still the same? From my perspective and from my talking to Brenda Gallant, as well as kind of looking at the bill a little closer, I think it is about patients' rights, having much more clear education at either the discharge, whether it's from a hospital or someone wants to be discharged from another facility, what the options are. So they are clear that home care, these services, we have that level of staff that can deliver care in the home. If that's not the right choice, then an outpatient in a facility. I do think it's about making sure the patient is aware of what is available and having them make the most educated decision that's best for them and their family. And whether or not that, I think it happens, I don't think it's happening consistently across the board, from what I understand. Is that right, Representative Dodge? Yeah, okay. I can't hear you, but I see the nod. That's good.
Does that answer your question, Representative Craven?
Yes.
She didn't look satisfied. I'm sorry.
It's very complex, obviously. I mean, there's all kinds of variations and needs, and like if you have, so I just wanted to know what people were thinking.
And I'm hoping that with the stakeholder group, it also includes Maine Medical Association, because I think engaging the providers in that is going to the medical department and the physicians is going to be really key to this as well.
Are there other questions?
Hey, last call. I'm not coming back today. Last call.
We'll look for you tomorrow, though, right?
All right. I'll see you then. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. I don't see any other testimony, other folks to testify. This is as empty as the attendee list has ever been, as far as I can recall. So that'll conclude the public hearing work on 1477. Are there questions to direct to Anna in anticipation of a work session on this bill? I'm not seeing any. So that'll conclude the scheduled portion of the afternoon. It's at this time that I turn to Anna and say, are we leaving anything out at this point? See you later, Representative Dodge. Thanks for bringing this forward. Nope, I see a head shake. Any other business to come from the before the committee that people want to raise right at this time? I think the next step for leadership will be to meet chairs, leads, and analysts shortly. And we'll be working on scheduling. That concludes it then. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn until tomorrow, Wednesday at 10 o'clock.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor, show of hands, please. See you tomorrow.